Thank you. Great, there we go. So we particularly want to capture our guest speakers because we are quite a small audience, although I'm sure a very keen and attentive audience. But once we have recorded this, we hope we will be able to generate a lot more interest in the talks, and that many more people will then hear what's been said, and we will put our guest speakers' talks on our YouTube channel, where actually you can find lots of other interesting things. And part of the reason why we're a small audience today is because there is a major climate march going on in Glasgow, and normally we would all be out on that march, and indeed we have many of our supporters out on that march with placards that say no nuclear, which of course is now even more appropriate than ever, since our UK government have announced the completely insane, in our view, plan to have small modular nuclear reactors built in Anglesey in the north of Wales. And the economic and environmental reasons for this are absolutely not rational, but we are pretty confident that this is about nuclear weapons. We know that the nuclear power industry is a necessary support for the nuclear weapon industry. And we very sadly still have a government completely committed, with blind faith to nuclear weapons, and totally entangling United Kingdom with the American war machine in the process. As we know, the nuclear weapons very near us are actually inoperable without the assistance of the United States, because we lease the missiles from the United States. So the UK nuclear weapons system is already totally dependent on the United Kingdom, and I mean on the United States, and that's part of why, part of what we try to tell people about it. So we're here having had a very successful conference on the 1st of November that was trying to re-raise all of these sorts of issues, and bring together different elements of civic society. And on that occasion, we had a speaker from Friends of the Earth Scotland, from the major political parties, from many different aspects of civil society, including strong representation from the trade unions. So on the back of that, we are now having our AGM, which of course we're obliged to do every year, and which has formal business involving election of our officers and some resolutions. But we always try to make this an attractive occasion that could be of interest to people who are not necessarily paying members. And we do that by having exciting speakers, as we do on this occasion, both in the morning and again at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So in a couple of minutes, I'm just going to hand over to the first of our guest speakers. So let me just introduce them both. And also just tell you who else is in the room. Like, because we're not so many, we could almost go around and say hello to each other, but I know that won't be heard. But we have Christina Toffin, our administrator, who is the person that you maybe have often corresponded with. She's the person who does all the processing of our membership, looks after our books, helps keep us in order in general, does lots of behind the scenes, very important work. And we also have here Samuel Raphael Williams, who is our campaigns and communication officer, and who's actually only been in post since December. So he's not yet quite a full 12 months, almost. And in that time, he's done enormous amounts of work. And you'll see from the year in review, his report and a report from Christina, and you maybe, if you've read those reports, start to understand how important these two people are. So a big thank you to them. So, right, so I'm now going to introduce the first of our guest speakers, Florian Eblenkamp, from ICANN. Now, Florian, if you've ever been on any ICANN Zoom meetings or any ICANN orchestrated meetings, Florian is a very key person in terms of the European network of ICANN organisations. As you know, Scottish Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament is an ICANN partner in Scotland. We're one of a number of Scottish organisations who are part of ICANN. And Florian is the person who organises the European kind of connecting up calls and also does a lot of work with the UN and is a very important person. So I'm going to hand over to Florian now. We hope.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Very nice to see you, and sorry I can't be with you in Glasgow. Hope to be back soon. Maybe the rally in March could be a good opportunity to come for a visit. Thank you, Lynn, for this kind introduction. For those who don't know me, yeah, my name is Florian. I work with ICANN since, well, I think I've started being a volunteer in like 2016, and then had the pleasure of calling it a job from 2021 onwards. And I try to focus on helping to coordinate the campaign in the countries that we call the nuclear complicit states. So countries that either have nuclear weapons or have nuclear weapons on their soil or are in military alliances with nuclear weapon states, and therefore try to sabotage or at least ignore the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons as a tool. So that means lots of parliamentarians engagement, lots of trying to convince diplomats about a new angle that we try to push, and in the nicest case, it's things like this, working with civil society across all these countries, hoping to steer up something that eventually flips a government or at least a parliament towards action closer to the TPNW. So I got a bit of a presentation prepared. Let me try to share that. But now, I think now Samuel or Lynn are sharing their screen.
But it's not on.
Give me one moment, Florian.
There we go.
Is that it? No.
Okay, wait, she's sharing.
Are you on the wait?
No, it seemed to work.
A little minute, Florian. We're having a bit of a glitch here. Which are you sharing it on the right computer?
Yeah. Yeah. So if you share
That one.
really it should come up.
Can you see my shared screen? This little presentation?
We can. It's the problem is we have a screen in the room that's not.
Online can see it, so hold it up there.
UK as well then.
No, I'm going to stop sharing because. Oh no, that's our slides.
Can people online see it?
I'll
close them out.
Okay, people online can see it. Let me just Florian, I will
Should I stop share?
I'm going to download your presentation.
You can see it. That's okay.
Okay, great, we've got it. Okay. Sorry for the hassle. We're operating DIY. but I think that everyone online can see your presentation. We can hear you fine in the room. We got thumbs up online. Please proceed. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. So don't worry, this is not going to be a very long lecture or very complicated. I just put together a few slides talking about the TPNW and the context that we're in, this world, this crazy world that we're living in these days. Hoping to inspire a bit, give people confidence, and then hoping for a good discussion at the end of what we can do together about this. Well, the first important thing is the ban is here. This treaty exists, it's entered into force. It's now got a global majority of countries signed up to it or ratified it, 99 countries at the moment, and we hope to get a few more in the next couple of weeks. And we should always keep that in mind when we have when we have arguments with politicians, when we try to talk about this treaty, that as much as we still face resistance towards it in some countries, including in the UK, unfortunately. This treaty is not going to go away. It's there. It's in force. It's being implemented, and whatever the government comes up with in order to sabotage it or ignore it, it's only going to get them so far. As in, the treaty is not gonna disappear. They'll have to be answering these questions again and again and again, and I think eventually they'll come to the realization that ignoring something that's factually there is just really not a smart strategy, especially when there's almost 100 countries involved in it. It's a bit bizarre if you think of any other policy issue that deserves global attention, and the UK wouldn't engage with something that 100 countries, almost 100 countries would do year in and out. So beyond the actual topic of the treaty, let's not forget that it's there and it's here to stay. So looking at the world, we've seen great progress over the last 5 years that it entered into force. Now we have 99 states that have signed, ratified, or adhered to the treaty, which is amazing. It's well in line with other disarmament treaties, such as the NPT, for example. And it's expected to grow, of course, in the next couple of years as well. We've had 3 meeting of states parties so far. Some of you have been at those also, which was very nice to see you all. Those are basically meetings of the states that are part of the treaty, where they meet to implement the treaty, to take decisions on how to go forward. And of course, next year, 2026, will be the first review conference of the treaty, which practically is not all that different from a meeting of states parties, but has a bit more of a political profile, I would say, and in theory could be used to revise parts of the treaty if that's deemed necessary, but not currently the case. And of course, outside of this treaty, in countries, including the UK and especially Scotland, we've seen great support for it on levels below the government. And I've, as an example, put here the 100+ cities that we have in France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Belgium, and soon also in Greece. All NATO countries, some of them nuclear weapon states, some of them nuclear weapons hosts, where local leaders are standing up to demand their government to do better and to join the TPNW as well. And that is to say that there's still lots of work to do, obviously, in terms of getting more countries on, in terms of implementing its disarmament obligations. But we should be conscious of the fact that the treaty is already consolidating its normative power. It's a force to reckon with. It's changed the discussion around nuclear weapons a lot. It's something that governments have to answer to, even though they don't yet give us the answer we want. But they can't no longer ignore it. And of course, it's growing this moral authority over the debate, which is, I think, the unique feature of this treaty, including, for example, through financial divestment campaigns, cities work, and of course, country by country, where we are able to shift policies. There's also this scientific advisory group that has been created in the treaty, trying to really anchor the discussions in science, and not so much in ideology or global politics, and really make, as before, the center of the debate. Other aspects of the implementations include a mechanism for supporting affected communities, what we call the positive obligations of this treaty. I think we can expect the review conference taking place next year to really make a significant step forward in that regard. And that would be the first time that a multilateral treaty achieves something like nuclear justice with regards to nuclear weapons. Notwithstanding these positive developments of the TPW, otherwise we look at a very, very bleak picture sometimes. Arms control agreements are seeming to collapse one after another. There's this little timeline up here, only starting in 2019, but you could go back a lot further to, of course, the ABM treaty and others. But just as a few examples, the INF treaty, where the US withdrew and then Russia also withdrew consequently. The Open Skies Treaty, the JCPOA, lately in the news a lot with the US and Israel bombings of Iran. Very concerning developments, of course. And then we're all looking at January 2026 for the end of the New START Treaty, which is the last remaining nuclear arms control treaty between the US and Russia, which is set to expire. And so far, there's no formal negotiations in place to renew it or at least extend it, which is of course worrying. And then fundamentally, we have the NPT, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which in a satirical comment I call No Progress Treaty, which is a global treaty signed by almost all countries in the world, but hasn't delivered on its most central promise of nuclear disarmament, as in Article 6. And it's in deep geopolitical trenches. It's probably not gone, but has a review conference equally next year in April and May. And it's to be seen. There's not been a final declaration in the NPT since 2010, which makes it even harder now to come up with something that encompasses the 16 years since then. There's these geopolitical divisions that just paralyze the consensus-based system in the NPT. These are not going to go away. If anything, they have probably intensified over the last 16 years. We should be very, very clear on that and repeat it as much as possible. There's a legal obligation in the treaty, Article 6, for the nuclear weapon states to negotiate complete nuclear disarmament, which we have not seen. We see quite the opposite. We see modernization and build-up of their arsenals in all the P5 states, pointing at each other as reasons to do it. We see continued nuclear sharing arrangements in some NATO countries, 5 of them, but now also in the UK as a nuclear weapon state, and of course in Belarus, where Russia is stationing nuclear weapons, and there's same arrangement or similar arrangement, also claiming that this would not be a problem under the NPT. We have, of course, tried to. It's to be seen if the NPT can ever become a forum where this nuclear sharing is actually being seriously discussed. Lately, I think that's a new development, which is all the more worrying. We've seen a defense treaty between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan come into effect, and you have to remember that Pakistan is not a member of the NPT, but is a nuclear weapon state. And NPT states have been very consistent. It only legitimizes having that the world can only have 5 nuclear weapon states as recognized under the NPT and so on. Pakistan not being included, and now you have Saudi Arabia, which is part of the NPT, officially endorsing Pakistan's nuclear weapons for their own security. Not yet calling it a nuclear umbrella, but the arrangement seems very similar. Therefore, totally undermining, of course, the legitimacy of the NPT, and really telling how even some of its member states really don't take it serious anymore. Beyond sort of the legal idea of this, that the NPT is supposed to shape, we've seen that proliferation is intensifying across the world, no matter what kind of legal context these things are being done in. Iran being one of the examples that has been in the media quite prominently. Iran is, of course, not a nuclear weapon state, and not even the CIA, the American intelligence, thinks that way. And yet, the US and Israel have bombed Iran in suspicion of pursuing a nuclear weapons program, at least officially, making it all the more complicated for Iran to stay in the NPT, to come back to any negotiation table, or even to revive the Iran deal, the JCPOA, that had quite successfully limited Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief until the US withdrew from it. We've seen North Korea, DPRK, with new missile tests just a couple of weeks ago, also collaborating much more with Russia, nuclear weapons state under the NPT, on military fronts, which is all the more worrying, since of course North Korea is not an NPT state, and all the more telling about how serious the nuclear weapon states take their legal obligations under the treaty. As I mentioned, we've seen this alliance between Pakistan and Saudi really challenging the universality and the legitimacy of the NPT, and of course a non-nuclear weapon state like Saudi Arabia endorsing the nuclear weapons of another country is also a form of nuclear proliferation, as in if that system were to be replicated, it would just lead to more salience of nuclear weapons in more countries, and eventually, of course, more and more countries will try to seek either having nuclear weapons or being part of some nuclear weapons-based defense pact. And lastly, nuclear sharing, something we're all very familiar with in Europe, including now also in the UK, where these so-called tactical nuclear weapons are stationed. American nuclear weapons are stationed in a crude way of trying to increase deterrence for NATO countries in Europe, legitimizing thereby, of course, that Russia would do the same thing with Belarus, and stations some of its tactical nuclear weapons even closer to Europe than previously. So where does the TPNW stand in all this? Calling it here the guardian of legitimacy, which is of course maybe a bit pointed, but I think we can make a good point that the moral and legal foundation of the treaty is really in place, and it's so much centered on the humanitarian cause that other arms control frameworks really cannot compete with it, and it's therefore really hard to morally or legally challenge the treaty. These universally applicable humanitarian approaches is really unique, and what has long been what people threw at us as a weakness of the treaty, that it's not taking into account security arrangements or geopolitics so much, might actually be a big plus going forward, as in it shapes the moral and the legal and therefore the legitimacy of the treaty. This includes, of course, the aspects of victim assistance and environmental remediation, what we call the nuclear justice aspect of the treaty, where states have an obligation, not just goodwill, but an obligation under the treaty to provide assistance and remediate contaminated environments in places where nuclear weapons have been used, be it in war in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but especially, of course, also in the over 2,000 detonations of something that has recently become a lot more salient with the Trumpian tweet about potentially resuming nuclear testing in the US. I'm sure you've all heard about it. And I think the legitimacy of the TPNW also comes from the leadership from people like us, civil society, where we know that states could potentially change their positions and maybe not meet their obligations under the treaty, and therefore it's also up to us, civil society, working with like-minded states to act as guardians of the legality and the legitimacy of this treaty, of course. And we need to keep doing that. We need to link our national activism to the treaty's international momentum, make it relevant in our context, prepare political campaigns. There's, of course, an election coming up in Scotland. Build pressure on MSPs, parliamentarians, make them understand what this treaty is about, make them feel that this is also an election issue. Get cities on board, talk to our banks that we don't accept it as legitimate to invest in companies producing weapons of mass destruction. And fundamentally, I think that's what we all try to do, to keep telling the facts about nuclear weapons, as in what happens when a nuclear weapon is actually used, and not so much what might be the strategic consequence of some policy decision, but stick to the weapon and stick to the facts about these weapons. Looking forward a little bit, 2026 is just around the corner, and it's a big year for nuclear disarmament. Don't envy the diplomats that have to attend all these conferences and from front to end. But really, we start with January, February. We'll see the New START treaty either expire or be extended. It's very uncertain at the moment, I would say. But yeah, things can also turn around quickly. So we need to see. And just a few days later, really, the TPNW celebrates its entry into force on the 22nd of January. A 5-year entry into force, with at least 99 states that have currently signed up, and I think we should, of course, civil society, make that the first highlight of the year. Celebrate that milestone as much as we can, and really try to be, the antidote to all the bad news that will be going out on nuclear weapons at the time, showing how progress is possible, showing that there is a movement against all this nuclear madness, that is working, and that it's growing, of course, and that later in the year it will be convened in New York again. Then we have the NPT review conference, something that's, of course, very relevant for the United Kingdom, of course, for example, taking place in late April and May. As I said, there's many problems with the treaty, lots of uncertainties. Probably, I would guess there won't be a final declaration again, since the positions are just so different, and there's obvious problems that need to be addressed, but would make it impossible to reach consensus. But as campaigners, of course, we can use it as an opportunity to pressure the government, to work with parliamentarians, to put in questions, grill the government on its accountability, specifically on Article 6. How would, for example, all investments in new nuclear weapons in the UK be in line with Article 6 of the treaty? How would the increased salience of these weapons be in line with it? How would the upgrades on nuclear bases be in line with Article 6? And just maybe on a general basis, what's the plan of the government to reverse this trend? Is it really more and more deterrence and lead out of this? And then in November, we'll have the TPNW review conference, also taking place in New York, where I think we can make a good case that after another very difficult, maybe failing NPT conference, the TPNW is where the actual work on nuclear disarmament happens, where the adults in the room, if you will, talk about nuclear weapons, where we have a grown-up debate about what to do with these weapons, recognizing, first of all, that they are weapons of mass destruction, not just some geopolitical bargaining chips. And it's unacceptable that some countries, unfortunately, including the UK, would still try to ignore this conference from taking place officially. And it should be our goal, of course, to force them to actively and officially participate in that conference, at least as an observing country, and just contribute to the debate. There's really no point in ignoring a treaty that's been endorsed by more than the majority of the world's countries, more than half of the world's countries at this point anymore, especially when the other arms control agreements are failing. So what does that lead us to in Scotland? I got a few thoughts here up for discussion, and of course, totally up to you what to do with it. There's the cross-party parliamentary group in the Scottish Parliament. Maybe that's a way to get MPs and MSPs involved in this through briefings, questions, motions early enough for the UK government to actually respond towards the TPNW review conference and engage with it in general. How well nuclear disarmament is perceived on a local level, of course, because cities are the targets of nuclear weapons, and cities are where the devastation would really happen, like it happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Glasgow being a prime example of a city that actually has nuclear weapons pointed at it as we speak. Of course, I'm always in favor of making it political, make nuclear policy an election issue. We've, of course, seen Labour's turn around on this issue, which we should make them feel very uncomfortable about. We should double down on the SNP's support for nuclear disarmament, and be it in order to confront Labour on this. But it's really something that during an election year, of course, is extremely important to make elected officials and those who want to become that feel the salience of this issue for us. And then just highlight that the UK is refusing from engaging even on the most fundamental aspects of nuclear weapons policy. Those of you who follow these discussions more closely would know, but just to recap that quickly, last year was a UN resolution tabled to establish a panel on on creating a scientific study on nuclear war impacts, which was universally adopted, including many NATO governments, and even China as a nuclear weapons state voted. The UK did not. against it, as they did previously with resolutions on victim assistance. You know, will require, you know, changing its P wouldn't, but just try to have on actually making people's life a little more just and a little better. And yet the UK government in the company of Russia, North Korea, and France, as the only 4 countries, would vote against such a resolution. So, yeah, with that, my final words would be that we should act now. The time really is running out, and 2026 is a good opportunity for action on this, with all these conferences going on, and the new START treaty expiring. The news will be about nuclear weapons more often than maybe in previous years, and it should be our ambition to shape this debate as much as possible. And I think we can really make the point that as all these traditional frameworks fail, at least you know, at least on some of its aspects, the TPNW represents now the best hope for restoring legitimacy to disarmament, and ultimately, of course, to create a nuclear weapon-free world, something that, of course, should not be forgotten. And yeah, I hope this could be a bit inspiring for you as an overview, and happy for any questions, or of course, a discussion on these proposals. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Florian. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, so any questions? Any questions now?
Isabel, yeah.
Isabel, sorry. Isabel, do you want to just, so I'm not sure if everybody in the, will be able to hear Isabel's question, but Isabel is Isabel Lindsay, our Vice Chair. So Isabel, please go ahead, and I'll repeat it if need be.
Yes. This is perhaps more a comment than just a question, but the UK situation could be interesting in relation to TPNW next year, because we have elections not just, of course, at the Scottish Parliament. Now, it looks as if we are going to be able to deliver, as far as the polls go at present, an anti-nuclear majority in the Scottish Parliament.
Can I just see if, can you hear that, Florian? Did you hear any of that so far?
I can hear a little bit, but maybe you can
okay,
repeat
right, okay.
just
so
afterwards.
far, what Isabel has said, I'll repeat it in a minute, okay.
There are also elections for the Welsh Assembly of the Welsh Synod. Now, that looks as if, and of course, Plaid Cymru has a long period, a long history of opposition to nuclear weapons. And we could get a change in the Welsh Synod. And if we get that, we also have the Northern Irish Assembly, and of course, Sinn Féin is...
Isabel, I think you need to come here, sorry. Can you come up here? Would you mind coming up here? I just think it's, you're going to speak too long for me to be able to repeat it properly.
It's all very important as well, so we need to make sure people
do that again, please. Sorry.
Florian, I was making the point that the next year could be very interesting as far as the UK goes, because I think we can deliver that anti-nuclear majority in the Scottish Parliament elections, but we may also next year be able to deliver it in the Welsh Assembly elections, because Plaid Cymru has considerably increased support. And of course, that leaves the situation, the Northern Irish Assembly situation. And again, party Sinn Féin strongly opposed to nuclear weapons, and therefore the potential there. So that would leave a situation in which the constituent parts of the UK, we could perhaps get them all committed to the TPNW. That leaves England. and the English government. But nevertheless, it could be a very interesting situation if we can achieve those majorities in the constituent parts of the UK.
Can I make a further point, please?
Yeah, go on, Stephen, if it comes.
Because Isabel, in her wisdom, forgot one thing. I'm Welsh, Florian, and the UK government has just decided to build small nuclear power station in the north of Wales, which is the most Welshest bit of Wales. So it will have the hugest Plaid Cymru support. And I'm sorry, I don't want a nuclear power station in my backyard. That's my sole point.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to add?
Can I also just invite those who are online? They're very, very welcome to post questions in the chat. You should be able to. For Florian.
Florian, do you want to respond meanwhile while we're gathering some other?
Yeah, I think thanks to both of you. This is exactly what we need to do. Like get political support where we can, make it visible, and make it as uncomfortable as possible for the Westminster government to stick to the line of ignoring any effort that's going on. And of course, having the Welsh Senate and the Holyrood Parliament massively in favor of nuclear disarmament would be amazing. Also because obviously the parties, the English parties, are not immune to the pressure from constituencies in Wales and Scotland come the next general election in the UK. So that's a really important aspect of the campaigning. And yeah, thanks for putting that on the agenda.
Now we have Arthur West, and then we have another question after this one. So just speak, Arthur.
Is it on?
Just just speak. You're fine.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thanks very much for your contribution, Florian. It was very, very useful, and I think it was particularly useful when you went through, the anniversaries of the various treaty discussions that are taking place in 2026. Now, one of the arguments that Scottish CND and the peace movement face in Scotland is sometimes if you challenge politicians, particularly Labour Party politicians, they'll say, well, I'm for multilateral nuclear disarmament, and that's a point that they make. Now, obviously, we disagree with them, on that because we take a unilateralist position, but I just wondered what you thought. I think there might be an opportunity, to be saying to politicians, particularly in the election, look, if you say you're multilateralist, here are treaties that you should be aware of. Here are treaties that you should be speaking out on, and the TPNW is a classic one. And I think it's just this point about what you think about just getting that message across, because Scottish CND are working hard and effectively on the messaging they're putting out, and I just think that would be something that would be worthwhile doing. So I'd be interested in your comments.
Yeah, thanks, Arthur. Spot on. I think this is exactly what we need to do. Show them how ridiculous their excuses are for not engaging. And I mean, I've come across this exact same argument as well, that people try to frame the TPNW as a unilateral disarmament treaty or something that would only put pressure on the Western nuclear weapon states or so on, which is of course not true. In fact, there's many allied countries of the non-Western nuclear weapon states that are part of it, putting under pressure on Russia and China. Same would eventually be true for European nuclear weapon states. And of course, it's really it's really ridiculous to just ignore a treaty when more than 100 countries come together trying to solve this problem. Doesn't mean the government has to agree with everything that's being said at that meeting, but at least be at the table when these things are, or at least be in the room when these things are discussed. Make your position heard. That's the start of any multilateral negotiation, of course. And then it's probably still a long way to to go after that. But a big first step would be to at least be present when these debates take place. So that's really what we should tell politicians. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have another question. Do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Yes, of course. My name's Mike Martin, and I'm from North East Scotland, CND. It's really thank you, Florian, for your contribution, and just to add to the electoral system in Britain. England doesn't have its own assembly or parliament, but it does have quite powerful mayors of local authorities, such as Greater Manchester and the northeast of England. And I only really wanted to add the fact that we should look at all levels of the administration in order to foreground the necessity for the support for the TPNW. Sorry, I got the initials mixed up. When we raised this in Aberdeen City Council, it did lead to quite extensive, well, interesting conversation and dialogue and fractiousness, actually. So, which unfortunately wasn't really picked up to any extent by the media. And we have to have at all points how we address the population via the media and its social content, which is very diverse. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great. I think that's a comment that we'd probably all agree with, actually. So,
Absolutely.
so Florian, thank you so much. I mean, you're welcome to stay on, but our second speaker, Karen Bell, I'm now going to introduce. But let's have a round of applause for you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you all. So nice to see you, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank
and
you.
Hope to see you very soon.
Thank you very much, Florian. Just to note, there were a couple of questions that were lodged in the chat. I don't want to keep you. I don't want to keep you too much longer, Florian, because you've given us a lot of your time. But perhaps you could make a quick comment on those. First of all,
can you see them? Sorry, I didn't realize they were there. I beg your pardon.
What do you think are the best ways we can support regarding the November conference that I assume is the review conference, and which organizations do you see as the most important for alliances with the campaign?
Right. So for the review conference, I mean, one of the ways to support this, of course, is get parliamentarians to be aware of this, get them to ask questions to the government. What's the plan? Will it show up? Brief them on why this is important. Really make it as uncomfortable as possible. Maybe force a vote on attending this conference in a parliament. I think below the level of actually joining the treaty, many parliamentarians would, or certainly a majority of parliamentarians would not stand in the way of showing up at a conference and making its position heard. But of course, also another way to support this is quite actively. You're all welcome to join the conference, hold side events, present campaigns that you've been doing. There've been Scottish MSPs also attending these conferences, which would be a great way to link up the Scottish angle. And really contribute to the conference quite directly by speaking at it. That's fantastic. And then, which organizations do you see as the most important on financial investment, environment, and morality? Hard to single out some. I think on financial divestment, we have this campaign called Don't Bank on the Bomb.
Yep.
Which
Yeah,
we do
yep.
also in the Scottish version, I think.
Yep. Yeah, we already work with them when we can, and we enjoy their reports, excellent reports.
Exactly. So keeping up the pressure on especially Scottish banks to not invest in nuclear weapons companies is extremely important, and it can be done in very different ways. I remember, was it 2 years ago or so? I think we had a national day of divestment or so, where we really rallied in front of banks, demanding them to divest from nukes. And then environment, I think this is very specific in different countries, but we try to work a lot with Greenpeace and the likes, but also, of course, with more academic institutions, if you will, producing reports on the links of what the environmental impacts of nuclear weapons, but also nuclear technology, of course. There's a huge, as some of you have mentioned, there's a huge investment going on in nuclear reactors, which is, of course, problematic on many different ways. And in the environment sector, if you will, there's, of course, a very broad popular movement. Maybe it's died down a little bit over the last year or so, but lots of young people literally on the street not too long ago, demanding accountability and so on this. So it'd be great to connect with them and connect our causes, which are, of course, intrinsically related on many levels. Good point to highlight. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Florian.
Thank you again, Florian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for time. Okay, so it's now 1 minute past 11, so we will give our next speaker her 20 minutes to speak and then some time to ask questions. So I'm going to introduce Karen Bell. Karen Bell is an academic, and she's known for her work on environmental justice, but she has done research on just transition from sort of defense industry in the United Kingdom and the United States to more socially useful work. She is a long-time peace activist, and she is an author, an editor of the UK CND publication, the Alternative Defence Review, which she will maybe speak about. And we're very lucky that she is an academic in the University of Glasgow and that she is here with us to speak. And I'll swap places if you can, so that make sure that you can be heard.
Both visible and audible that way. Yeah. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Well, thanks ever so much for inviting me to speak. So I'm going to mostly be talking about the Alternative Defence Review and how it applies to Scotland. So this was published in May by CND, and largely it was initiated by CND and the RMT, but it also involved other academics and journalists and other unions in writing it, and I also contributed some writing around just transition, and I ended up being the editor of it as well. So, and it came out just before the Strategic Defence Review from the UK government, but we wanted to just show a completely different approach to security, one that's based on meeting human needs, international solidarity, and protecting the environment. So the Strategic Defence Review, as you probably know, of the government was committing us to an increase in a proportion of GDP that we spent on defence. They were saying up to 2.3%, and then they said in the next year of the Parliament it would be 3%, And then subsequently at the NATO, it went up to 5%. So this takes us to more spending as a proportion of GDP that we've had since the Second World War. So it's an enormous increase. And we also have to take into account that in the UK, we're one of the highest spenders on defence out of all the countries in the world. There's only 5 countries that spend more than we do. So you have to be thinking, you know, what's the emergency? Why do we have to have so many weapons? So the rationale that they're giving is, well, there's all these geopolitical threats at the moment, and also it's a way of boosting the economy and creating jobs and all around good. But unfortunately, the research shows, well, fortunately, the complete opposite. So if we think about security, for example, there's a university called Ludwig Maximilian University in Germany, and they did a whole assessment of, is it really true that the more you arm yourself, the more protected you are? And they actually found the opposite, that the more weapons a country has, the more likely they are to get attacked, and the more likely they are to be engaging in conflict. So that completely throws out the window that whole argument that it makes us safer. And also, we've heard this story before, haven't we, about there's so many geopolitical threats, everyone wants to invade us and attack us. We had it with the Iraq War, the classic example, where they managed to convince everyone that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction and they were aimed at us and they could land here in 45 minutes. And they managed to persuade a large part of the population eventually to go along with attacking Iraq. And it turns out that there weren't any weapons of mass destruction there at all. And then we've had years and years, decades of chaos and just awful situation in that country, which is still recovering from the situation. So we have to be very careful when we're being told that a particular country is a threat to us. We have to think, you know, why are they presenting this as a threat? Why are they presenting it now? Is it really a threat to us? Is there a story behind it, how that conflict actually started? A bit of history we need to dig into, for example. So we always have to be very careful about that. And also we have to think probably what the real threats are at the moment are the threats of ecological collapse, of inequality, of poverty, and underfunded public services. So let's just have a look at the environmental situation that this is already creating, and it's going to get much worse. So the UK, the greenhouse gas emissions from the UK defence industry is already more than 60 entire countries. So all the manufacturing, all the holidays people have, all the cars people drive, everything, it pales into insignificance in those 60 countries compared to just our spending on defence. And when you look at the United States, it's even worse, because if you do a league table of greenhouse gas emissions for each country in the world, and then you slot in United States defence industry, it comes out number 37. So again, all those countries and everything they do, changing your light bulb to, you know, that kind of stuff, all the things we've been encouraged to give up and not do, it's nothing compared to what the defence industry is doing. And that's only in terms of climate change, but we've got all the pollutions, all the toxics. And the defence industry says, well, that's okay, we'll just decarbonise. So they've hidden their emissions a lot because they didn't have to account for them in the Kyoto Protocol. But people have managed to find out anyway, a little bits and pieces. We don't know the full picture, but this is what's been estimated by universities like University of Lancaster. So they say we'll have solar panels on our roofs, we'll have biofuels of the jets, we'll have nuclear, and this is all going to sort out the environmental issues. And obviously it won't, because none of that is in itself not going to produce more environmental problems. So at the moment, I'm involved in a project called Critically Green, with Queen Mary University, Newcastle University, and we're looking at the green technologies that are going to be needed to continue this trajectory of defence spending. And well, we haven't measured it yet, but we know that there's a lot of contamination from obtaining these critical minerals, and a lot of it's going to fall on the poorer countries of the world. But it's also going to happen in the UK because we have got critical minerals here. So it could be coming to a community near you. It's very toxic. It gets into the water table. It affects the agriculture, it affects the water, it affects the air. So we really don't want to be continuously producing more weapons and say that we can green defence, because we can't green defence. What we need to do is we need to stop making so many, if any, weapons, and we need to stop using them and stop buying them, stop having the market in them. So the other argument that is used why this is such a great idea to increase defence spending is the economy and the jobs argument. So perhaps in the past it was true that if you invested in defence, you did create more jobs, but that isn't happening anymore, because since the 1980s, we've increased the spending on defence hugely, but the jobs have halved. The jobs in defence have halved. So that relationship has been broken, even if we did think it was a worthwhile thing for people to be doing with their time. And what we find is that if we invest in public services, in education, in health, in care services, in transport, all the things we desperately need more people doing, then you actually get more jobs. So a recent report from the organisation called Commonwealth, they worked out that if you had 1 million on defence procurement, you would create 9.4 jobs. And if you spent that 1 million on transport, for example, you would have 13.7 jobs. And we found in general there are just way more jobs if you spend them on public services and on defence because of the automation. And that's even if you have the spending here, because a lot of this defence spending increase is going to be buying weapons from the United States. So Keir Starmer, immediately after NATO, went and bought these F-35As, which are from the United States, even though he launched this declaration at BAE Systems here in Glasgow, sort of creating the impression that it's going to be jobs here in Glasgow. So again, Keir Starmer recently said there's going to be thousands of jobs for Scotland, for Glasgow, because we're going to be building these Type 26 frigates for the Norwegian Navy. There's going to be thousands of jobs and thousands of jobs in the supply chain. And it's going to really be good for the Clyde shipyards. But again, this is a bit of an illusion, because the Transition Security Project, they've actually recently done some research. You can read about it on their website. And they went and spoke to the workers down in Govan and different other shipyards. And they found very poor working conditions. They found a lot of health and safety issues and a reliance on agency workers. So these workers don't have secure, permanent, well-paid jobs, a lot of them. So, you know, people want decent jobs. They want secure jobs. They don't want to go to work and their life be, you know, threatened by the health and safety issues and the working conditions. So it's not good enough to just say we're going to have all these wonderful jobs for Glasgow. We can have much better jobs in other areas, the other things that need doing in Glasgow. So in the Alternative Defence Review, we call for a just transition. So what that basically means is that when we transition to sustainability, nobody loses out. And the people that are doing jobs at the moment that we perhaps are not going to need then they'll have other work, they'll have useful work, they'll have decent jobs that use their skills. So the Clyde shipyards could be converted to wind turbine manufacture, for example, which has happened at a lot of shipyards around the world. There is the workforce there, there's the expertise, and there's the infrastructure to do that. Obviously, you need to consult with the workers. The whole idea of just transition, a central element of it is social dialogue. So you actually speak to workers. What do you want? What do you want to make? What kind of job do you want to have? What could you do? How do you envisage this actually happening? So it's all along the idea of defence diversification, and the Scottish Trade Union Congress have for a long time been looking at the idea of a defence diversification agency. The Labour Party from time to time has backed it as well. Jeremy Corbyn talked about it when he was the leader of the Labour Party. I don't know if it's going to find some reality in the Your Party organisation that's just coming together. So yeah, the importance of social dialogue with the workers. So the last project I did on defence, I spoke to defence workers in the UK and United States, and we talked to them about just transition, decarbonisation, and diversifying, so making other things in their work. So a lot of defence workers are not actually making weapons anyway. They're doing like the paperwork or the organisational work. So those jobs are easily transferable into other aspects. But some of the manufacturing could be as well, although that's a little bit more complicated. So when we spoke to the workers, we said, how would you feel about doing green jobs? And they said, well, yeah, so long as we've got the same, they didn't say we've got the same status, but that's what they were implying, that, you know, our jobs are valued and we want to feel valued. We want to be well paid, we want to have security, we want to have good working conditions. And if we could have all of that, then we'd be happier to do these green jobs because we'd feel better about our lives, because there's this sort of discomfort, this cognitive dissonance. You don't really want to be doing things that you can see it's possibly going to cause problems. Not all the workers thought that, because some of them thought the more weapons you had, the more likely you are to keep the peace, which is not what the research bears out, but that's what some workers believe. So they didn't particularly want to transition to a green job, but probably about a third of them did quite strongly, and another third weren't sure, you know, under certain conditions maybe. But anyway, that's a huge number of workers that don't particularly want to be doing defence work that we could build relationships with and, you know, try to get discussions going. Obviously, you know, you never want to make people feel guilty about what they've dedicated their life to, but often people get into it. I mean, I've worked in the defence industry myself because most of my family worked in the defence industry because we come from Farnborough in Hampshire, and Aldershot, home of the British Army, is next door. We got Farnborough where they have the Farnborough Air Show every 2 years. So pretty much all the jobs for the kids coming out of school, that's what you go into. So yeah, it wasn't like a real decision. It's just, I need a job. Here it is. But yeah, there's a lot there that can be done with workers. Because we've got the climate emergency, we've got pollution emergency, we've got biodiversity emergency, so many different interconnected environmental crises. You can't just say, we'll just have nuclear power, end of story, you know, but it's much more complicated than that. It's not just about getting the carbon out, it's about all these other things that's collapsing ecologically. So for that reason, we really need to think about what is socially useful production. What do we need to be doing now that's going to make life better? What is necessary and what is not necessary? And often these workers that we spoke to said, well, I do think we need weapons, but I'm not sure we need this many. So even they are thinking this is crazy. And there's a lot of waste. You know, they say we chuck all this away because we've got to buy this new thing. It's all about contracts. It's all about funding. It's much more complicated than a normal kind of industry. So we were very happy that this document was waved from the podium of the last trade union congress. And they said, look, the evidence is in here. We want wages, not weapons. And my union, the UCU, were the ones that brought that motion, and it passed. So it was a major turnaround from a couple of years ago when they backed increasing defence expenditure. So now they've said, no, we don't want that. We want to be spending it on jobs and wages. And, you know, because it was the UCU, they were saying, well, we're making all these academics redundant and we don't need to. Why are we just saying, well, okay, let's have all these weapons? You know, we need an educated workforce. The world is changing. We've got all these problems to solve. Yeah, so that in itself is showing that people are ready for change now. And when I finished that defence project a couple of years ago, I couldn't get anything in the press. I couldn't get anyone to come to any public meeting or anything, because at that point, people really thought that weapons are going to solve problems, because it was the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine situation. And it was like, the more weapons, the better for Ukraine. So that was the situation. So I didn't want to hear anything about let's have less weapons. Now we're several years down the road. It obviously hasn't solved any problem at all. We realize at some point you're going to have to sit there and talk to each other and get to the bottom of what people actually need and want and can do to create real security for people. So now they're more willing to listen. Plus we've had Gaza, years of that, and people have seen, you know, on their TV and phone screens, computer screens, the reality of what these weapons do, and the fact that the UK has been part of that. So now people are willing to listen, and now is a good time to just really start hitting home that this is not the way forward. So again, in this document, we talk about human security and common security. So human security has come from peace studies, ideas, and it's basically saying what people really want and care about is how secure they feel on a daily basis, whether they can keep a roof over their head, whether they can, you know, they've got enough food, whether they've got security, whether they can do a course they need to do, whether their job's going to carry on, you know, all the things that we could provide for people if we weren't wasting the money on weapons, which hopefully we'll never use. And if we do use them, it'll be an absolute disaster. So, yeah. And then common security, which is about how can we create common security across the world with, as Florian talked about, these treaties, the peace building, the conflict prevention work, the international solidarity. So we've pretty much abandoned our aid budget now in order to fund this increased defence spending, which, although aid can sometimes cause more problems than it helps, you know, you have to be careful. It is doing some good things, and people are suffering now with the withdrawal of it. So that's all really problematic. It's not helping us build positive relationships in the world. It's not going to prevent war, because the more desperate people become, the more stressed they become, the more aggressive often people can become and more prone to violence. And so none of that is helping at all. So thanks for listening. I hope you managed to get the report. There's a few here. You can read it and download it for free from the CND website. There's a few at the back there. But please, you know, take it to your groups, discuss it, get people thinking about it. And, you know, it's not going to be easy to change this. There's a lot of vested interest. There's a lot of money being made which is often what's behind the defence industry. It makes profit. People have built their careers on it. People have built their status on it, you know, including in academia. So we're challenging, you know, a lot. But there's much more of us. There's much more people that do not benefit from this. The majority of the world, by far, it's only a small percentage that actually do benefit. And they're trying to convince the rest of us that we should go along with it because it's going to make life better for us. It absolutely isn't. So keep fighting and hopefully we'll get there soon. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask people who want to ask questions to come here so that everybody can hear online as well as in the room. So Simon, would you like to come up here? So this is Simon Barrow. Yeah, just have a seat, Simon.
Hi, I'm Simon Barrow. I was privileged to be involved in helping for the planning of the Stop the Nuclear Nightmare conference a couple of weeks ago. Karen, thanks very much for that excellent presentation. I've got a question bound up with a comment really, and I suppose it's about how you create an architecture for defence diversification. I'm old enough that I was involved with the Centre for Alternative Industrial and Technological Systems at what was then the Northeast Polytechnic in the 1970s, which was of course around the Lucas Aerospace plan, which has a kind of iconic status, and I mean rightly so in some respects, but also it seems to me a slightly misleading status. The difficulty was it was great in terms of the engagement of workers, it was great in terms of socially useful and environmentally useful production, but it kind of fell off the edge of a table because it didn't connect with any industrial strategy for changing the way that you look at defence and security. So I use that as a way of saying it feels to me like we need to link the specifics of defence diversification with a green industrial strategy, which is also about moving away from fossil as well as nuclear, and with thinking about what the real defence needs, for example, of a nation like Scotland are, so that you begin to sort of match up supply and demand. So I was just wanting to ask you for a comment on that. And my sort of last remark is at the end of your remark was a very appropriate one about the vested interests in this, because it's very clear that fossil fuel companies think to themselves, well, the shift towards renewables is not going to produce the kinds of profits and subsidies that we could get, say, from nuclear. So let's start to switch horses towards nuclear and so on. So we have to push back against that, but without a kind of broader strategy that links industry, environment, defence security, and all you said about socially useful production and engagement with workers. There isn't a kind of joined up plan, it seems to me.
Thank you. Sorry, do you want to shuffle back to the right?
Yeah.
Just to make sure everybody can see you. Sorry about this.
That's okay. Thanks, Simon. Yes, I agree with you about Lucas. Like it was so inspiring, but it's a bit sad in a way that we're hanging on to a very inspiring plan that actually didn't happen. So it's almost like there have been in the project I did a couple of years ago, it's not all in my head at the moment, so I wrote a couple of years ago, but there have actually been quite a few more successful defence diversification attempts over the years, which we don't really hear so much about. But yeah, I know it would be good to have a green and peaceful industrial strategy, I think, because where is that going to come from? I don't think it's going to come from the Labour Party at the moment, but you never know. The Green Party seems to be shifting so quickly. I can't really quite keep up, because they were saying, don't want to be in NATO, do want to be in NATO, as long as it hasn't got nuclear. And I'm not really quite sure where they are. Maybe I'm just not up to date enough on actual peace, and you know, whether it's going to be. I mean, most most people that want to get elected seem to shy away from being more like on the pacifist end of the spectrum. So yeah, but there's a lot of work to do, kind of grassroots, to get anyone elected that would go for a green and peaceful strategy. And we still have this sort of blurring that nuclear, so-called peaceful nuclear, is green. You know, it's still, there's not enough clear thinking around that it isn't green. It can't possibly be green. In fact, it will make things worse, in my opinion, because people think if you can just sort out the carbon, we can keep everything the same, and we actually can't, because it's not just the issue of carbon. Like I said, it's about multiple environmental crises. It's collapsing around us. The food system, the seas, you know, so much of it is collapsing. We actually need to properly think through what we need. Do we need this? Do we need that? If we don't need it, let's not have it. Let's have products that last a long time, you know. And there's plenty of jobs in that. But yeah, we don't know where your party's going yet. The SNP is obviously seems to be better on these issues, but you know, so it comes down to all of us really to just keep pushing for it, keep, like Florian said, keep trying to get it on the agenda. But we do have to link everything to people's day-to-day lives, because I do think people are really struggling at the moment. And if you start talking to them about things that are not about their struggle, they can switch off. But this does link to people's everyday lives, because you quite clearly have to say, we're wasting this money on so-called threats, you know, that are almost certainly never going to happen. And it's not the way to deal with them, even if they did start to happen. And we could be dealing with your benefits, your care service, your hospital appointment, your housing situation, all the things that you're worried about. We could be doing that. So I think as long as we keep talking about that every day, we can build much more public interest, which will put the pressure on these political parties to come up with a decent green and peaceful industrial strategy.
Thank you. Yes. Daniel, do you want to come first, and then we'll have Duncan?
Hi folks, Samuel Ruffner-Williams here. Lynn introduced me earlier, so hopefully you know me by now. Thanks very much, Karen, for a really good presentation. And I finally got around to reading the ADR, Alternative Defence Review, in full, from page to page recently. It's a really, really interesting read for a lot of different reasons. There's this issue of diversification here, but one of the things that I found most insightful was the history of the UK government's military spending plans and your discussion of the 2021 integrated review. Is that in 2021? And the reason that I found that so important was because all the current Labour government's military spending plans, defence spending plans, are justified on the one hand by this economic argument, but most predominantly, I think, is a security claim that there is a security threat in Europe. But the context that you provide in this document shows that actually a lot of these plans were kind of already in place. And certainly this change of orientation towards raising the cap on the warhead stockpile, etc., we were already heading in that direction for different reasons to do with the relationship between the United Kingdom and the US. Now, I've summarized it, possibly not perfectly, but the point is that I really, really encourage everyone here and online to find that. It's freely downloadable on the CND website, so you can get it in full. And I just wanted to ask Karen, on that issue of security, and this the justification by the government for why we need to remilitarize British society, being this this threat specifically from Russia. They like to bring in China and Iran sometimes as their kind of additional boogie nations to justify it, but primarily it's Russia. And I do feel in our campaigning, I'm sure that we've come across this quite a lot, that people in the streets and anecdotal conversations do find that quite a compelling argument, because they have seen what's happened in Ukraine over the past 3 years. There's a war. There's also this very misleading narrative that Ukraine gave up nuclear weapons in the 90s, and that's why they're in the situation that they are now. And I was just wondering, could you speak just a bit more about the nature of this rationalization, and how you personally would engage someone in conversation to challenge this notion that Russia is a threat to the UK today, or make them think differently about it in that way.
Okay, great.
That'd be okay. I know that's a very challenging question. It's one of the most challenging ones now, but thanks so much.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Well, first of all, I have to say I'm not an expert in international relations or geopolitics. But my take on it is that there's always a story how conflict builds up, including in the Ukraine situation. We need to really understand how the conflict builds up. Almost always, the so-called aggressor feels threatened. So somebody feels threatened and they look to an attack as the answer. And what we're trying to do is say that isn't going to solve things. It's not going to solve things. We have to, what are you feeling? That this is conflict prevention work. You go in, you say, why are you doing this? What is it that would make you feel safer? So Trump sort of strangely says we need to spend all this on weapons, but at the same time he's saying, no, I'm not talking as an expert here, this is just me opinionating. He's saying, oh, I'm just going to pop over to North Korea and chat with them, and I'm just going to pop over, sort out the Russia-Ukraine situation with a bit of a chat, get them around the table, and same in Gaza. And, so he's sort of saying what you have to do is talk and negotiate. So I suppose the argument is you need a big army behind you, so you're a strong negotiator. I think that's what he's saying. But the kind of, because I do have a bit of academic background in peace studies, and we do tend to find that the more you've got the big army behind you, it often doesn't help, because the negotiation doesn't really work. The other side find other ways, not with big weapons, but they'll find other ways through terrorism, through undermining, to use weapons in a different way. So basically the whole aggression doesn't really work. So I think when we engage in conversation with people, we have to say, ask them what evidence they're drawing on. That's quite interesting, because quite often it isn't. A lot of what most of us think, to be honest, isn't based on that much evidence. But just try and find out what evidence, and then we have to look into it and say, well, is that true or not? Let's just see what is true here, what's really happening. Some people say in Ukraine that there was the kind of attempt for Ukraine to be part of NATO, and there'd been agreements that wouldn't happen. In the document there, the people that do work on international relations wrote this part of it where they're saying they were close to an agreement, but it was sabotaged by Boris Johnson. So we needn't have had any of this, really. So we have to understand that. We have to understand that there's so much lobbying from defence sector companies to get people into a kind of militarised mindset, and we're not doing enough really to get people out of the militarised mindset, because they can go into schools now, you know, and persuade young people this is the way to go. I mean, something I'm following quite closely at the moment, because I went to Venezuela quite a long time ago, and I started a Venezuela solidarity group on the basis of it, because I found what they were trying to do there was really very, very progressive, and that no one was being told about it in the UK. And I know that Maduro government, whatever they tell us about it, is actually progressing that agenda. You know, they are building houses. They have brought free healthcare to people that never had it before. They were educating. There were people my age going to learn to write. I saw all of this. I saw the organic farms. They had the military turned over to doing organic farming. You know, it was just incredible, so exciting, so positive. And now we're being told that Maduro is a narco trafficker. And the whole idea is so ridiculous, because when you meet those people in Venezuela, in the high echelons of the government, they're so passionate about creating this revolution, and they're so, you know, so when I'm hearing, there's virtually nothing in the media about what they've achieved in Venezuela over this time. And they've done it more recently. Things are very difficult because they've had a blockade from the United States, and you know, they've got sanctions, so it has been difficult. And so economically, it's not so great. But in spite of all that, they've still building the houses. They've still got the free healthcare. There's still all the things that we're actually not quite managing to do because we're under a little bit of economic pressure. They're continuing. So,
thank you. It's great to have a positive story, though. So thank you for telling us about Venezuela. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Sorry,
I found this absolutely, I would agree with everything in it. It's really great. But I don't think it is an alternative defence review. Because it doesn't actually say what are the real threats to us. And I think it's very important to remember when Britain gets involved in foreign wars, it is that they're saying this is a threat to British interests, not to British people. The British interests could be all the big companies that are owned partly by British interests. So I think it would be stronger when we come to redo this to be saying, but let's actually look at where the threats are that to our way of life in Britain. And there are cyber attacks, there's the dependence on undersea cables and pipelines, there's energy dependency where energy can be, the prices can be suddenly pushed up, and there's a lot of economic disruption and hardship. I don't think we were perhaps the best people, best equipped, but it would be a nice thing if we could say, right, what do we do about epidemics? What do we do about defending underwater, undersea connections, cyber attacks, and so on? These are all vulnerabilities. And in the case of war, let us just look at what's happened in Ukraine. What has been attacked by Russia?
is the nuclear power station and the energy supplies. That's what they're going at now. You cut and their internet, you disable them. So I think there are interesting solutions or suggestions as to the way we are going. I think the official defence reviews often mention these things, but in the end, they just come round to more big contracts which are let without competition, extremely wasteful. And I think a lot of the answer is in decentralization. I think we've got cases of countries where they have had a real threat, like Finland was not part of NATO, was not nuclear, was not aspiring to nuclear weapons, but it was very well organized. They had fought an invasion by Russia and lost some territory in the end as a result, but they successfully resisted the Russian takeover. We'll see if Venezuela is invaded, it will be here it may very well be, it'll be the people, the ordinary people, because they support their government, will make the war untenable for the Americans. There's so many body bags going back, and they don't have any appetite for that. There's no support, popular support in the US for that. The other thing is, sorry, just one more point. So many of these wars, like the attack on Venezuela, on Iraq, the painting Iran as this dreadful monster, it's about oil. The less we are dependent on imported oil, the less British capital is tied up in the oil industry, the more peaceful this world would be.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's some good points there. Yeah, we probably could say more. You would, as the editor of this report, it was such a battle to get it down to this length. There was so much more to say. But yeah, we could definitely say more about how to protect the infrastructure. I mean, a lot of work has been done, but there's no public education about it, unfortunately, on non-violent resistance, because you can't invade a country if the population are not cooperating. There's virtually nothing you can do. So, you know, if we were all trained in non-violent resistance, you know, put the money in that instead, and it would be a lot more fun than, you know, thinking about weapons. So, yeah, there's a lot more we can do to be educated and have public education really about, you know, what defence really is. But yeah, I don't personally know enough about the cyber attacks and all that kind of thing. The Strategic Defence Review does talk about that and try and justify it, and that is part of the defence spending. So it's not all about weapons. But yeah, we need to, or all of us know more about what we can do to defend ourselves. And part of it is, you know, being more self-sufficient, I think, in everything, because we don't have to be importing our food from the other side of the world. You know, we could be growing it here more, and we could, you know, that's part of the kind of defense, is to look after the people.
Thank you. Okay, just stay where you are. Right. Is there anyone online that's trying to come in? It is.
We'll have a look at the chat.
Yeah, surely.
I think a couple of things did come in, Karen.
Okay.
And also, may I ask everyone that has joined to kindly mute themselves, just in case. We haven't had any problems, but just in case we had something come through there, but just double check that you're muted. So we have a couple of questions. We have a couple of comments from Claire Phillips, a very active member, Scottish CND member.
Member of our executive.
And a member of our executive, of course. Claire says, for those in the room that can't see the question, as with the last speaker, I ask about the morality question.
We could let Claire speak, could we? Claire, you could speak for yourself, Claire, if you wish to.
Well, okay, but I'll just read what I wrote. If we duck the morality question, the public link pacifism with green politics in a way that's seen as too radical, and this kind of chimes with what you were saying, Karen, and therefore discount the other party and both the green parties as just too radical. And I agree with what you said about the militarized mindset being one of the biggest barriers. So who are our best allies over that issue? Who and what? How do we best make the moral case? If not religious organizations, and I happen to be a Quaker, so they're fine with me, but not with everybody, who else? Who are our allies over the morality issue?
Thank you, Claire.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Well,
I mean, we can take other people in the room to answer that as well. You don't have to feel obliged to answer all of that. We can have a dialogue. Isabel, do you want to come up here so that people can hear you? You just we can put Isabel where Samuel is. And I think she'll be heard if she speaks up.
The ADR gives us a positive, but I think we can afford to be on the offensive about the cosy corruption between the arms industry, the MOD, and the top military officers. There is a revolving door there, and possibly worse. And let's not hesitate. I don't think we need to be polite, that the driving force by the arms industry is profit. And there was a shocking example just last Saturday in the Financial Times when they got a picture and a story from February this year of a one-week luxury event in the Swiss Alps where there were 60 people there, about half of them top defense industry people and lobbyists, the other half, the very, very top brass in the MOD and the armed forces, spending a week together doing what? And there is a shocking revolving door there, and there are no politicians challenging this. And yet for years, what we have got, and this is something that I think does resonate with the public, we have got military projects that always overrun, usually by years, and overspend by millions and billions. So let's take them on and say we have the positive, but this is the negative that we're living with.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, Isabel. Yeah, that's so important. We can sometimes just get really wrapped up in being sort of defensive ourselves about whether or not we're pacifists. This document it's not a pacifist document. It doesn't discuss that. I think I don't know, but I am a pacifist. For sort of rational reasons, I think. I just don't think anything else is going to work. But I didn't pick up that anybody else was involved in writing it. It's more about the things that Isabel was talking about, just the waste, the absolute waste of all these contracts that are given out, and then you give them another one, and they haven't even finished building that one, and You know what I mean? It's just about a lot of money sloshing around. People are getting very rich with this. You know, I mean, I'm not one that particularly gets into all this corruption bit of it. It's not my speciality, but I was pretty horrified when I saw a number of Labour MPs that Israel was paying to come over to Israel, and lots of money, that kind of thing. You know, you just think, really, like, people's basic needs are not being met, and other people are just making a massive profit and luxury lifestyles out of other people's misery. So, yeah, I think our allies, well, now most of the unions at the Trade Union Congress voted for wages, not weapon, and they gave so many arguments. So they're our allies. The unions that were against were mostly saying, this is divisive, you're pitting one union against another, or one type of worker against another, because you're saying we should have jobs in this instead of that. Which people said, you know, look, we've got all these emergencies going on. We can't be making stuff that is not going to help the situation. The world is in crisis. We have to deal with that. So we've got the allies of a lot of trade unionists, a lot of faith groups, although not always, but people that care about there being welfare services and community service and transport services, people that care about the global, you know, people going hungry around the world. You know, there's a lot of people in this country that have got relatives from these poor countries, and they'll be thinking, well, why are we spending money on this when we could be helping people in my country? So we've probably got the majority of people potentially as our allies, but we have to join the dots, because the media is probably not going to do it for us. Politicians are not really doing it for us. I mean, it's interesting when you watch local news quite often, wherever you are, they always have sort of the fun bit at the end of the newscast with all the gloom and doom. And quite often the fun bit is they've just got this new weapon and here it is, and isn't it all nice and glossy, and, you know, it's created some jobs or something. You know, it's there's never anyone there actually making the case for non-violent resistance or pacifism, or even particularly less weapons. It's not really ever challenged in a broad way. So yeah, we need our allies, but they're there. We just got to join the dots for them.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
And okay, so we're coming up to our lunch, but before that, I want to announce our Christmas Peace Appeal. So every year around about this time, we have an online fundraising appeal. Now, this year, this is to raise money for our event at Fastlane on the 14th of March. And there's bits of paper about this at the back of the room, and also I think Samuel's probably about to put it up on the screen. But on the 14th of March, we are planning an event at Fastlane. The details of it will be further announced following the next executive meeting. We've still got some aspects of it to work out, but we want to make sure that it's an event that is as well publicised as possible and as accessible to as many people as possible. So, we may well, for example, organise buses to help get people there. So the appeal is to fundraise for that. We're not expecting an absolute fortune, but if we could raise about £1,000, that's our target, that would help enormously towards the event. Last year's appeal raised that kind of sum, and we went towards the very successful conference we just had 2 weeks ago on the 1st of March. And, we never expect these conferences and events to make money, but we do what we can to mean that they are somewhat sustainable. So we'd be very grateful. We know everybody is strapped for cash. We don't want to put any financial pressure on anyone. If you happen to have spare money sloshing around, we'd be very glad if you made a small contribution to our Christmas appeal, which is now on the screen.
And the link, put the link to the crowdfunder in the chat in Zoom so you can access it very easily there.
And now, I'm not sure if our lunch has actually arrived. So it may be that we'll reshuffle our agenda a little bit, but in the meanwhile, why don't we just have a 5-minute break, see what happens, and we'll come back and do some business if there is still no lunch.
Thanks, folks.
Oh, sorry, yes.
She's going to be online.
Yeah, we'll have a 5-minute break. Yeah, then. Yeah.
Might be cheeky.
Make yourselves a cup of tea, folk.
Come back in 5 minutes to do some other items of business. Absolutely. But we just need a quick comfort break at this point, I think.
Just a quick comfort break, and then we'll be back for some procedural items of business. Thanks very much for your patience with respect to our technical setup, which is quite basic, but I think that we're managing to make it work. So that's much appreciated, your patience.
He said, you know what? No, I did. I said, I want it back so I can give.
Okay, we're going to start again in a minute.
All three of us.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
What light?
But he's the head.
Something like that.
Did you get them?
All right.
Hi folks, of those that are online, I think we're going to start the proceedings again. I'm just going to call everyone in the room, okay? If you could all take your seats, please, that'd be much appreciated because we're going to proceed with the procedural matters just before lunchtime. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Right.
We'll just sit down in the middle there.
Fine. So we've just got some procedural things to do before we start the AGM.
Can you hear online all right? Get a thumbs up from somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that okay?
Got thumbs up, yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so thanks again to those speakers. Karen is now at the back of the room, so thanks again to her and for that discussion and for everybody who took part in it. So now we have to do some formal things. We have to, before the AGM, approve our standing orders and the minutes of the previous AGM. So we need to do that kind of with a formal thing. Can I just see if there's any objections to the standing orders? Anybody want to say anything or make any note about the standing orders? Approved. Okay, thank you. That's the standing orders approved. And can we have the minutes of the previous meeting also approved? Yep, thank you so much. That's the minutes approved. So I think we have some slides now for the next thing. So we have now the appointment of officers, which I think is now on the screen. Now, obviously, I'm one of the names up there, and I would just like to take this opportunity to say, as I said the year before, and I believe the year before that, I really encourage people to stand for office. I do not want to be permanently in this job. I don't even want to be longer term necessarily in this job. It's not that I don't enjoy being the chair of Scottish CND, but I believe in renewal. I think it would be very healthy for the organisation to have fresh faces. So I absolutely encourage people to stand for all the offices. We need new people, and I'm hoping that there will be new people, if not next year, very, very soon. So, however, meanwhile, we have a nomination for chair, myself. We have a nomination for vice chair, Isabel Lindsay. We have a nomination for treasurer, David Kelly. These are the current chair, vice chair and treasurer, but there have been no other nominations, and indeed there's no nomination yet again for the post of secretary. We have sometimes had two vice chairs. So as I said, there's lots of room for stepping forward. But meanwhile, can we adopt these officers? Any objections? I take that to be unanimous approval. Is there vote online? Anybody online want to say anything? Oh, we're getting thumbs up. Thank you. You can put your hands up online as well if you want. Thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, so that is the officers appointed, and now we have a nomination of the executive committee. You can see, I think, again, the names on the screen. No, not yet. Yes, 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 you can. Oh, good. Oh, no, now they've gone again.
In the room, but you mean online?
Right. Can you see them online? Can people see them online?
No, we can't see.
No, not at the moment. Let's try again, a bit better.
Oh.
Is that it online now?
There we go.
Yep. Okay, great. Okay. Now this time you will see some of these people were on the executive last year. Bill Ramsey, Claire Phillips, Doug Haywood, Ken Benjamin, Margaret Ferguson Burns, and that's, I think, it. So we do, hooray, have some new people. Paul McHale, Jonathan Russell, and Marjorie Thompson. Sorry?
Jonathan Russell.
Yes, all right. We're having a bit of heckling from the room. I don't know if you can hear that, but Dr. Ken Benjamin was muttering from the back of the room about some of these new people being people that we've known before. But renewed. Okay, however, we have our whole sort of governance at the moment is in order by a document called, oh, what is it called? We are a registered organisation with Companies House, and we have articles of association, that's what they're called. And that allows us to have up to 15 members on our executive committee, which I think includes our officers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. But since we've only got 8 names there and we've only got 3 officers, we still have scope. And there doesn't need to be an election. There's no competition. Although if you wanted us to have to go through these names one by one, we could do so. So I'm just going to see if everybody is happy to endorse this set of people as the executive. I see all those in favour of that. Right, thank you. Thank you very much. And we're just checking online. Everybody else in favour? Yes, I see. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
All
okay.
yeses.
Okay, great.
I have, just very quickly, I have a message from Cole McHale, one of our nominees, who couldn't be with us today. I hope you can all hear me well, because I think that's all right. I think they can see me there. I hope you can all hear me well, because I think you'll enjoy this. It's an update from Cole. Friends and comrades, I'm sorry I can't be with you today. This week, I attempted to enter occupied Palestine to attend a conference at Birzeit University. Unfortunately, Israeli occupation forces denied my entry. This change in circumstances has thrown my week out of kilter and prevented me from joining you today. Hopefully, my short statement will suffice as background as to my work and motivations. See you all soon. So that's a statement from Cole McHale that I asked him to send to explain his absence, and he apologizes. But as someone that has worked with him on cross-campaign basis, I can vouch very much for him and for every other nominee on this list of candidates. So I'm glad to hear that we have consensus about that.
Right. So I have to thank the outgoing members of the executive who are no longer standing this year. Leslie Taylor has been on the executive for many years and has been, you know, a nice steady presence, a sensible voice throughout all of that time. And we're sorry to lose her, but she is particularly busy with all kinds of things at the moment, both on the work front and on the domestic front. And so she has stepped down, but a big thank you to her. And I also want to thank Ronnie Cowan, who stood down during the year, but was with us for a while and, you know, did speak up on a number of things and was a helpful presence. So thank you to him for the time that he was with us. And just to repeat, there are vacancies, so, you know, think about it. Come and join us. Yeah, it's not, well, it's a once a month meeting, and we do hope for executive members to actually do, you know, take an active role in various aspects of the campaign, but there's different ways of doing that, and so just keep it in mind. Right, so I suspect our lunch still hasn't arrived, so we might, we could do some other further business perhaps. Let me just take stock and see what's happening. The approval of the accounts and the appointment of auditors. I think that requires a treasurer, who I suspect is not, is he in the wings? Ah, we do have a treasurer. Okay. David, are you able to step up to the plate and advance your approval of accounts, appointment of auditors and treasurers remarks?
Yes, I'm happy to try. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just got the accounts yesterday. They're pretty solid. Let me share my screen. And if I share my screen and I'm looking for how many windows can you have open at one time in Windows? That's a rhetorical question. I just wanted to, I can't even find where my screen share button is. Is that me? Have I shared that screen? Can you see a QR code and my email address?
Not yet. Give us one moment, David.
Okay.
Have we made him a co-host?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
We just need to work it out. We'll get there.
Okay. Well, it's a piece of spreadsheet I want to show you. Really.
We need to see it, David. Just hang on. Just give us a second.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. Yes. In the I'm working on it, David. In the meantime, is it something you could email so we can show it ourselves?
Yeah.
There's no reason why.
You sharing your screen, David?
I thought I was. Let me try again.
Are you sure you're actually doing that?
Stand by. Sorry, this is very. I'm in essentially a brand new piece of equipment due to some fiascos. Let me press the share screen button again, which is here. And I want to share that.
Hey. There we go.
Which one did I share though? I've got a couple of. You're still seeing that? You see my wee spreadsheet here.
Yes.
With columns.
2004,
Yeah.
2003, 2000.
Okay. Well, rather than present you something from our audited accounts, this is straight from our own accounting system, and I'm showing basically the details of our income for the previous 4 years and just a summary administrative costs. And what I want to draw your attention to is this compared to this. Right? Our legacies have gone, frankly, through the roof. Now, we are in a situation where our membership is falling. And if we relied on membership subscriptions, our position, frankly, would be this line here. Right? That's incredibly grim. Right? And I have to say, our executive, with years of experience, often take the view, well, it's all very well getting legacies, but if we rely on membership income, what can we afford to spend? Now, of course, the financial truth is this here. All of this money here is in the bank, along with all the money that we started year 2021, 2022 with. This is quite a lot of money. And of course, hesitant to spend any money at all, you probably only get plain biscuits there, is if I project 2026, that's remarkable. These are my estimates for 2026, except that figure isn't an estimate and is in the bank now. Right? So actually, over and above what we had at the end of the year 2020, 2021, all of that money's in the bank. Now, it's not for me as your treasurer to say how you should spend money or indeed whether you should spend it at all. Nor do I know what the people who left these legacies, and you will be circulated the two major contributions here when we've formally been told the name by British CND. All of that money is in the bank. It's not for me to say what you spend on or whether you spend it at all. Nor do I know what our wonderful people who left us money in their wills wanted us to do with the money. I suspect they didn't want us to keep it for a rainy day. Indeed, if I extend the metaphor, if you look outside now, it is pouring with rain. Right now, there is a new executive coming on, and essentially, we could do almost anything in terms of what we've done in the past over and over again. Right? We have got quite a lot of money by historic standards. I don't think this goes on forever. Right? Eventually, you're all going to die, and we'll have all the money. Right? But we're in a fairly sound position. We ran, for example, I thought a rather nice event a week ago. It cost us a lot of money by historic standards, but small change by the standards of having, you know, this much money in the bank, you know, I mean, goodness gracious. So if you have any questions at all about our accounts, which can be circulated to you soon, because I say we just got them yesterday, feel free, and I'm happy to answer any questions now about any of it.
Right. Okay, great. Questions? Okay, I think, Martin, you'd have to come up here to make sure you're heard. Sorry about that, but I think it's better if you just quickly do that. Mike, sorry. I'm calling you Martin when it's Mike. Sorry. I don't know how to do that. My brain just sometimes just doesn't work right. Sorry, I know.
Occasionally.
I do know who you are.
I have to say, he's always looked like a Martin to me.
What kind of Martin? Oh yeah, yeah, Mike Martin from North East, from CND, and my question really relates to, first of all, a very obvious question I could have found the answer to before coming and addressing you all, but do we actually have physical premises anymore?
No.
One.
No, the answer.
Okay. And number two is regarding, supposing these legacies didn't exist, what kind of, yeah, can you just...
The deficit is there. If you
yeah, right. Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Figures.
Yeah.
Every year we spend more than our income.
Yeah.
By sort of varying between £20,000 more and £15,000 more, that kind of amount more.
Okay, and just to apologise for asking such an obvious question, but I'm so dedicated that I had to rush out of the house to get the bus at some unearthly hour this morning. I forgot my glasses.
That's absolutely understandable, man. And simple. Having come down from Aberdeen, that's heroic. Thank you. No, indeed not. I didn't mean to suggest that. Absolutely not. Right. Any other questions to our treasurer? And I'll just explain about the premises. It happened during COVID, really, that we completely gave them up, but we weren't meaning to give them up at the time. We were meaning to move to a more attractive premise, which we were going to share with Commonweal. But Commonweal then decided that they were going to give up their premises, and we had already given notice and packed up. And then the staff were furloughed during COVID, and it didn't make sense to have a premise. And then we started to wonder how we could ever afford one. However, we ever afforded one, and we rent storage space, and that's where all our kit is kept. But at the moment, both Christina and Samuel are working. Obviously, that is something that we could review, but that is how it is at the moment. Any other questions or comments? I think we have to formally adopt the accounts. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Can we agree that we formally adopt the accounts, please? Yeah. Thank you. And I think I actually have to put a signature on them.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. So
yes, you do.
We'll get that sorted. And is there any other thing that you want to do now with your as a treasurer?
Not really, just no, I shouldn't really have an opinion about what we do with the money. I think we should be ending nuclear weapons.
Right. Yes, I agree.
That'd be
Sounds
okay.
like a
That's
good plan.
pretty non-controversial. Yeah, yeah.
Just we've got a couple of questions in the chat here, David. Gwen and Andy Hinton ask how much money is in the bank. I think that figure is there somewhere in the spreadsheet, but if you could point that out.
It's not actually, because that doesn't include the money we started 21-22 with. We've got close enough to £300,000. It makes no difference.
Right.
So Gwen and Andy, I hope that you got that. And Emma Morrison asked, was that working from home? And yes, Emma, that's correct. Christina and I work from home, as do our executive members when we're having our monthly meetings. Yeah.
We don't have any meeting. We have to, when I meet the staff in Glasgow, we usually meet in the Waterston Cafe. Occasionally we hire a place if we have to have, if we're having and then a face-to-face executive meeting in Glasgow, we would hire a venue, but we don't. We have discussed maybe more routinely hiring a room, maybe on a monthly basis, for Samuel and whoever to maybe meet volunteers, so that volunteers have got a physical space to go to on a more regular basis. But at the moment, and we could, obviously we could consider whether we used to once own a premise. Once upon a time, there was a premise in the south side which we owned, and which a previous executive in a period when I wasn't so active decided to sell. I don't know why, but they did. So obviously there's discussion about what we could do if you wish to go that way, but that's the answer to the question.
And that's the point. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, not everybody would have agreed it was a bad thing. I guess Ken's again speaking. Dr. Benjamin is speaking from the back of the room again, making comments. That's perfectly acceptable, actually. It's just that not everybody online will hear you. So there's a comment about the Aberdeen Social Centre is always at your disposal. Yes, we enjoyed coming to Aberdeen.
We've already taken advantage of that.
Probably be there again.
Yeah.
We look forward to our next visit to the Aberdeen Social Centre.
So that's all the questions that we have in the chat. I hope that those that did ask questions are satisfied. Our lunch has arrived here.
Yep, so let's do that now. Let's have the lunch, and will we come back at 1? I think we could open the room with coming back at 1. Is there anybody objecting to that? No, let's just do that.
So we're going to try and stay on time and take a half-hour break now, folks.
Okay, thanks very much. Sorry about that online. Thank you.
When we return.
One of them is here in the room. Hooray!
One of them is here. Rob Edwards is here, and we'll be expecting Laura Piddick of Declassified UK as well. Thanks, folks. See you soon.
No, she's going to be online, so she doesn't.
It's my view that it might seem like an obvious point, but it bears repeating in my view that we need to strengthen anti-war organisations and the connections to other areas in the movement to be as robust and as ready for what is to come. So my name is Laura Pidcock and I'm the co-director of Declassified UK. We have a team of 7 journalists. I'm not one of them, but very, very proud to work alongside those journalists who are working to expose the UK's role in the world in relation to the government, the intelligence agencies, powerful corporations, lobbyists, and the military. We do public service journalism, trying to ask the questions which I'm sure you're as frustrated as us are routinely avoided by the mainstream or legacy media, however you want to characterize it. I was just a tiny bit about my background, Chair. I was a member of Parliament for North West Durham, and I was the Shadow Minister for Employment Rights during the Corbyn period, and so really got a close-up view of the parliamentary system for those just over 2.5 years that I was there before I was defeated by a member of the Conservative Party during that kind of collapse of the Red War. I think, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but I think we're living through the most extraordinary period, and I'm sure every generation thinks that they are living through the most extraordinary period. But what we've witnessed in the genocide in Gaza, the repeated brutal bombardment and besiegement of a people, the demolition of all life support and infrastructure, and the deliberate starving of a population, as well as withholding of medicine and the repeated displacement of those people at the hands of Israel, in what has been the world's first live stream genocide, has lifted the lid not just on our own political system, of which that is what I will concentrate on, but also the inadequacies of the global political system to prevent such monstrous abuses. I think I'm sure you might have had conversations about this today in your general meeting, but I think it's psychologically difficult to comprehend, despite the brave attempts of campaigners and those against the genocide around the world, that the political systems permitted the slaughtering of tens of thousands of people in this way, not out of sight, but in plain sight. It's been incredibly difficult to witness the way in which the British political system has behaved. And of course, in this period, independent investigative journalism has become even more important than it already was, with the legacy media showing how their editorial biases and their unwillingness to challenge official narratives of the state have obfuscated the seriousness of the UK's complicity in the genocide. And beyond this, they consistently allow politicians off the hook for all sorts of atrocious decisions that they make. And I think, importantly, secrecy is embedded within our political system, but so too is an opaqueness about how Parliament operates. When I was in Parliament, I noticed how the procedures and the processes of the system are deliberately designed to slow down progress, to nullify change, to limit the ability of individual members of Parliament to elicit change on behalf of their constituents without the big party whip machinery. In terms of press freedom, for example, well, not only have we been denied a press pass to Parliament, but more broadly, that declassified that is, and thanks to any of you if you signed our open letter in support of our application for a press pass to Parliament. But more broadly, in terms of press freedom, take, for example, how we're not allowed to know anything about GCHQ or MI6 intelligence collaboration with Israel. The government won't even publish its secret 2020 military agreement with Israel. Think of how hard it's been to get official, detailed information about the spy flights around Gaza. And it does beg the question, why does Britain need to intelligence gather for Israel when they have some of the most advanced surveillance technologies in the world? What are journalists and members of the public meant to do when they are trying to elicit information from the systems? Take, for example, the Ministry of Defence. Well, Edward Lander and Ian Overton wrote for Declassified, detailing figures obtained by the charity Action on Armed Violence, and they found that the MOD granted full access to just 42% of freedom of information requests. That's in 2023, the lowest rate since records began. Exemptions related to national, I'm sure you know this, but related to national security, defence and commercial interests were cited in 30% of the refusals. And repeated paternalistic notions of national security prevent us from knowing so much. And we also don't have a clear statutory definition of national security, so it's very hard to argue with that. Between 2019 and 2023, 57% of freedom of information requests that were fully rejected cited costs as a reason, with the MOD arguing that retrieving the requested data would exceed the £600 processing limit. And then what about this concept of Crown immunity that's often such a barrier to accountability or politicians? So Crown immunity deems that ministers cannot commit a legal wrong and do not act as persons, but as agents steeped with Crown authority, as if it's something from like medieval times. And I know on the government's website that it talks about it's not limited to the monarch personally, but extends to all bodies and persons acting as servants or agents of the Crown. And so are we really a democracy? What powers do constituents have, bar a general election, to meaningfully challenge their members of parliament and ministers? I think most of us agree that we are working within the illusion of a democracy, that we have what appears to be all the fixtures and fittings of that, but when you try and elicit information, when you try and hold members of parliament or ministers to account, that concept, that illusion very quickly dissolves. And then if we think about the way power responds to growing challenge and discontent, well, I'm sure you've talked about this as well at your AGM, that they respond by restricting civil liberties. So on top of the Public Order Act and the Police Crime Courts and Sentencing Act, we now have new proposed powers where, and I quote, police forces will be granted new powers to put conditions on repeat protests as the Home Secretary orders a fresh look at how protests are policed and organised. So this is about the cumulative impact, and we know why that is, don't we? That's because of the repeat protests against the genocide, and quite rightly people have returned to the streets time and time again. I think it's also pretty staggering that the approval of the new nuclear jets at an estimated cost of around 1 billion at a time when there are 14.3 million people living in poverty, 4.3 million of which are children, when child homelessness records are highest since records began. And there has been an explosion of food bank usage, that such a huge expenditure is just said with so little parliamentary and democratic oversight. So I repeat, the illusion of democracy, and that's not even mentioning how parliamentarians are lobbied, how the whipping system works, and so much more. So I think this all poses an incredibly important question for how the movement can learn the lessons of the last decade to prepare for the next decade. It also raises the importance, and I say this wholeheartedly, and I know I am going to say this because I'm from an independent media organisation, but it really does raise the importance of supporting and defending independent news and media organisations, those that aren't bound by those editorial limitations of the legacy media, those that are committed to digging and digging and digging and working behind the scenes to elicit the information that we need to try and hold the system to account. I would just like to extend, before I conclude, Chair, I would just like to extend an invitation to everyone in this meeting to our Challenging the War Machine event, which will take place on Saturday, the 31st of January in London. It would be so great to have Scottish colleagues join us at that meeting, where we will analyse some of what I've said and so much more, because of course there is so much more to be said, and at that I will conclude, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to take questions to you straight away, or no, we're not. We're going to go on and then we're going to do it at the end, which makes more sense. So yeah, I'm going to mute myself again, but and thanks for that invitation in January.
Mute yourself, Len, because that's how people will hear Rob.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Right. There you go.
Hello. Yes, Rob here. I think that's so that you're visible, Rob. No worries. It won't take too long. I'm not sure whether me being visible is an advantage or a disadvantage.
It's a major advantage, I assure you.
Are we all right there?
Almost. Just need to set this spotlighting up.
I'm just here. Change it to my camera.
Oh yeah. Like being in video in
I said it was
drone.
No. Mission control.
Oh, mission control, yeah.
Just click on video.
Yeah, no, it's on. It should be on. It's just
oh. It's on now. But is it not? It's not showing though, is it?
Maybe I could.
We've got a bit of.
Maybe I could. Hold on. I could talk and.
There we are. Now you're on two screens at once. Hooray!
Thank you.
Okay, can everyone hear and see Rob?
We can all hear you great, by the way.
Great. Got thumbs up all round. Great.
Thank you. And thank you for my those technical experts that swarmed around me like wasps over the last minute or so. That's great. It was great to hear Laura speak. And you know, I'd like to pay tribute to Declassified as one of the great independent media innovations we've seen in recent years. And Laura is absolutely right. Independent media like that need support. And I'll be plugging my own, well, Scotland's own independent media very shortly. Laura's introduction there was covered a lot of issues and was quite broad brush. I'm going to focus down on two very specific things, which is kind of a very different approach, but hopefully will be helpful to people to understand the kind of things that the independent media do. So I'm going to tell the story of two long-running freedom of information battles I fought with the Ministry of Defence about nuclear matters, and attempt to draw some insights from them. I have to say all my views are my own and not those of any of my employers, and obviously I'm happy to answer any questions afterwards. First of all, let's get the plug out of the way. So a lot of the work I'm about to outline has been done on behalf of the Ferret, Scotland's online cooperative of investigative journalists. It's just celebrated its 10th birthday and launched a new website. It depends on its readers and subscribers to survive and prosper. So if you haven't joined us, please check out theferret.scot. And in conjunction with what Laura was just saying, you know, we do lots of things. But I could mention that one of my colleagues is heading off very early tomorrow morning to do some reporting from the West Bank. So that will be coming down the line. I hope she looks after herself. So back to my freedom of information requests. I said to someone earlier today, asking a journalist to talk about, like me, to talk about the freedom of information request is kind of like asking I don't know, a kid to talk about their toys. I get quite obsessive and possibly a little anal about them, so forgive that. So the first one I want to quickly outline was started in December 2006. And I asked the MOD under Freedom of Information Law for 6 reports on nuclear safety, including the latest annual report on the safety of nuclear weapons by the MOD's weird internal nuclear safety regulator, the Defense Nuclear Safety Regulator, it's called. So 14 months later, I got some information, but the report I was asking for was heavily censored and it didn't really make sense. So I appealed to the UK Information Commissioner, and it took him years, but in February 2010, he completely agreed with the MOD and said that all these things should be secret. It was in the public interest for safety regulators to make criticisms free from the chilling effect of having these discussions made public. That was what the Information Commissioner argued. I believe that's the inverse of the truth. Keeping criticisms about nuclear safety within the MOD's citadel, secretive citadel, is far more likely to have a chilling effect on the regulator's frankness than opening them to the light of public scrutiny. So I did something that I've never done before. I appealed to UK Information Tribunal, which oversees the UK Information Commissioner, something you can't do in Scotland because we don't have that level of appeal. I asked 3 experts to help me, offering to pay them nothing at all, including a former senior MOD official who was pretty useful, and of course, Scottish CND's late great John Ainsley. We submitted 100 pages of evidence, arguing that the information should be released in the public interest. We discovered in the course of the process that one of the key reasons for the secrecy was that MOD officials had made a submission to the Armed Forces Minister in 2007, Adam Ingram at the time, arguing for secrecy. They said that releasing this information highlighted a presentational problem because the reports had been requested by a journalist who, wasn't always sympathetic to them. So the implication was clear: keep the report secret. They'll only be used to embarrass the MOD. Now, that's not a ground for withholding information under Freedom of Information Law, but it was the ground they used for years to try and keep it secret. At the time, I wasn't very optimistic of victory, but I can remember the evening when I got the message that they'd caved in. The whole thing blew up in their faces just before the tribunal was meant to be sitting to handle our appeal in October 2010. The MOD performed an astonishing U-turn, released all the reports, making a pragmatic legal decision, according to their lawyer. Presumably they thought they were going to lose, but that's just a guess. So the reports were released, starting with a 2006 annual report from the Defense Nuclear Safety Regulator. I wrote articles at the time for the Observer and the Sunday Herald. And for the next 7 years, all these reports were released, and they all revealed the same kind of things. The MOD was suffering from a shortage of resources that meant there were issues with nuclear safety. They had a shortage of staff, and there were a series of problems they outlined that were clearly in the public interest for the public to know about and enabled people to understand the kind of risks we were taking by maintaining nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, this turned out to be only a temporary bout of transparency, because in 2017, the MOD suddenly stopped releasing the annual safety reports, and they all became secret again. This was challenged in a similar way to I challenged it with great tenacity by the campaigner Peter Burt, but unfortunately was successfully resisted by the MOD and another information tribunal, the Information Commissioner having again supported the MOD's request for secrecy. So the annual safety reports, which saw the light of day for 7 years or so, have gone back into hiding. And the MOD effectively saying nothing about its own regulators' concerns about nuclear weapons. So, in other words, the MOD were temporarily forced out of its secretive citadel into the light, but it's now retreated back into the dark without any really convincing explanation, in my view. So you can make steps forward by using freedom of information, but then they can be reversed. So that's a problem. The second, this is much more up to date. and maybe more familiar to you, freedom of information battle is about Coolport and pollution at Coolport. So this started back in 2008 and 9, again working with John Ainsley and at the time Channel 4 News, to ask a series of freedom of information requests about nuclear safety at Faslane and Coolport. The Scottish Environment Protection Agency, a Scottish government agency, released a large amount of information revealing a series of problems, which we reported on Channel 4 News and in The Guardian in 2009. Essentially that, according to SEPA's reports, the nuclear submarine fleet at Faslane have been hit by a series of safety breaches involving repeated leaks of radioactive waste, broken pipes and waste tanks at Faslane that we hadn't previously known about. Years on, in 2009, I sought an update and asked SEPA again to provide all the discussions and emails and memos they had about any radioactive environmental issues at Faslane and Coolport since 2016, when we last had information. After a year, SEPA released a very limited amount of information, so I asked for an internal review process you have to go through. After much chasing, and I belatedly discovered in 2023 that my freedom of information request had been completely abandoned by SEPA, along with hundreds of others, because of a criminal cyber attack that destroyed and wrecked their information systems in 2020. So I then had to resubmit the FOI request in 2023, which resulted in SEPA releasing a little bit more information, but not much. Had to ask for another internal review, which resulted in SEPA releasing a little more, but not much. But they still withheld key files due to national security concerns, and two, because they might prejudice SEPA's ability to conduct inquiries of a criminal nature. So I appealed to the Scottish Information Commissioner, who of course is a separate entity, separate public entity from the UK Information Commissioner. Because my request had gone on for so long, it only covered issues at Faslane and Coolport between 2016 and 2019. I then made a second request in 2024 to get the same information from 2019 to 2024. And again, SEPA initially released nothing, and then after an appeal released a little, but not much. And again withheld files because of national security. So I lodged a second appeal to the Information Commissioner. These two appeals were both taken together. While I was waiting for an outcome to my appeal to the Information Commissioner, I of course suspected and knew that a lot of the information that SEPA were dealing with would have come from the Ministry of Defence. And because we know that the Ministry of Defence is becoming increasingly secretive, I thought that the MOD might be preventing SEPA from releasing information. So I made what we call a meta FOI, asking for all the correspondence between SEPA and the MOD relating to my two previous FOI requests. That's what I mean by being a bit anal. Anyway, SEPA then released email strings which showed very clearly how the MOD had been lobbying them and vetting them, lobbying them to vet what information they should or should not be released. They'd tried very hard to block SEPA from releasing information about radioactive pollution. Then the Information Commissioner at last came to his decision. The Information Commissioner in Scotland is a former policeman, a former representative of the Scottish Police Federation, David Hamilton. He investigated my two appeals and decided to order SEPA to release nearly all the information they kept secret, apart from a few little details I don't think really mattered. He concluded in June this year that the information that SEPA and by proxy the MOD had been trying to keep secret threatened reputations, not national security. And he ruled that SEPA had breached information law by wrongly claiming that releasing the files would endanger defence, national security, or public safety. He also rejected their argument that that they shouldn't disclose things because it would prejudice criminal or disciplinary action, because there's no possibility of such action from SEPA against the MOD, because the MOD is basically exempt from the legal environmental rules. So I don't know what SEPA were trying to think of there. Anyway, so the Information Commissioner Hamilton ordered SEPA to release the information it kept secret by the 28th of July. However, that deadline was not met because of another last-minute intervention from the MOD, asking SEPA and Hamilton to give them extra time to consider new national security implications. At last, on the 5th of August, a week late, or a bit more than a week late, 6 years after my original request, SEPA released 33 files. And as you will have known and read, they showed that Loch Long on the Clyde had been contaminated by radioactive waste from Coulport, where old water pipes had repeatedly burst and caused floods. And, you know, radioactive water drained into the loch, particularly after a major flood in 2019. SEPA accused the Royal Navy of failing to maintain a network of 1,500 pipes at Coulport. There were shortfalls in maintenance and unnecessary radioactive waste. And the MOD's plans to deal with this, according to SEPA, were suboptimal. And there was a lack of asset management at Coulport. So that was clearly pretty interesting, and something that shouldn't have been hidden from the public for so long. But it's not the end of the story. Kind of obsessed as I am with freedom of information, I made another updated freedom of information request to SEPA, asking, you know, as time goes on, new things might happen, for information on any radioactive waste issues at Faslane and Coulport in 2004 and 2005. They responded to that, and perhaps having learnt the lesson that there's no point in hiding things, revealing that SEPA had been urging the Royal Navy to remove potentially radioactive waste from Coulport to reduce the risks of leaks, and pollution. So there was a backlog of substantial quantities of waste which had to be removed as soon as possible. So that was pretty interesting, I thought.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think you said 2004, 2005.
So what you meant?
24, 25.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's quite important.
Sorry, yes.
No, I don't mean to interrupt the course.
No.
For listeners online, that is kind of a current story.
Actually. Yeah, it's now. That was me getting my years wrong. Apologies for that. And thank you for correcting me. One of the current problems, just to say a little bit more about it, is they've got this stuff called desiccant, which is a dried out material, dried waste material, which they use in bomb manufacture, and it can be contaminated with radioactive tritium, which is an essential component of nuclear weapons. And so yeah, that when we know from these latest releases that SEPA inspected waste handling at Coulport in 24 and 25, and found a backlog of 108 bags of desiccant, and there were substantial quantities from the site, and the Royal Navy should be making progress to get rid of all this, because the risk is there's another flood and there's more of it leaks into Loch Long. That's the problem. So that's a kind of race through as far as we've got so far on published stories relating to the goings on at Coulport, but it's not the end. I've made more freedom of information requests. I asked SEPA and the Scottish Information Commissioner to release details of all their discussions with the MOD about the Commissioner's decisions to order the release of information. So that's kind of a meta FOI, I suppose. And I've received over 100 files, which I'm still working on understanding. But I will be writing a story about that in a week or two, hopefully. Suffice it to say, for now, that they show in great lengths to which the MOD went to try and prevent the information about Coulport becoming public at the very last minute by putting pressure on SEPA and on the Information Commissioner, but they failed. So that's a good thing. So briefly, what have we learned from this? What have I learned from this? In order to be successful, you have to be tenacious and very patient. That at each stage, the Ministry of Defence will fight behind the scenes to keep things secret. That Scotland's Freedom of Information Law and the Information Commissioner, David Hamilton, are robust and independent and do work if you've got time and effort to challenge the secrecy. That's the good thing. And one reason for that, a notable reason for that I learned during this process, is the Scottish law is much tougher than the English law. So the environmental information rules that apply in Scotland say that things can only be kept secret if they prejudice substantially national security. That's quite a high bar, prejudice substantially. But the UK law says they can be kept secret if they just adversely affect national security. That's a low bar. Quite a difference. And it gives the MOD much more scope to argue for secrecy south of the border. So, in other words, the FOI battle may only have been successful because it was against a Scottish-based public body subject to Scottish law, SEPA. The MOD, of course, itself is covered by the UK law. So asking it directly for information is much less likely to be successful. Laura gave some very interesting figures about the difficulties of getting information out of the MOD. I'm inevitably in the process of testing this out with a series of other freedom of information requests to the MOD on nuclear incidents at Faslane and Coolport, and on the length of Trident submarine patrols. These have all been appealed to the UK Information Commissioner, and I'm waiting the outcome, but I'm not holding my breath. That's all I want to say for now. Happy to discuss on that.
Thank you very much indeed, Rob. Right, so I won't say anything at length about this, but Samuel and I did go with Ian Fairley to visit SEPA in the aftermath of your writing, and we tried to get a reassurance from them that in the future they would do better, but they were certainly not totally forthcoming about that. But they did stress to us that the MOD were voluntarily keeping within certain limits and that they wanted to keep their good relationship with the MOD. But anyway, it was interesting.
You know, SEPA in the past, I think, has been much tougher under different leadership about dealing with the MOD. Hence the release of lots of information when we first asked the question like 20 years ago, right? So, but now it's a different regime, different leadership, and I think they're a bit more cowed by the MOD, and you can see that from all the internal emails. I don't know whether it's quite fair to say that the MOD browbeat them, but it's close to that, and none of this would happen. So SEPA wouldn't have had the courage to do this on their own. So I think it's great that you're pushing them. But it's the Information Commissioner who played the key role in forcing them to release the information.
Yeah, and that's very good to know. So thank you. Right, so this is now over to, well, first of all, I wonder if you and Laura want to say anything to each other. I can see there's already people in the room who want to come and speak, but let's just check, Laura, whether you want to have any kind of dialogue with Rob.
Well, really, it was just to thank Rob for his contribution, and I think he perfectly illustrates how long it takes to try and get information, and that, you know, I took some notes at the end. I think he summed it up perfectly, that you do need to be tenacious and patient, and some stories take a long time, and that is why, you know, independent media needs to be resourced, because you're not going to have a story out within a week. These processes are long, and it needs patience, but they're so important for challenging the secrecy embedded within the system. So yeah, I just really appreciated his contribution.
The work that the Ferret does and the work that Declassified do are similar, although similar in some ways and different in others. But the problem, I think, for both of us, right, is finding a way of making this kind of investigative journalism economically sustainable, because it ain't easy. One thing you depend on membership and subscriptions, another thing you depend on grants. How's confident is Declassified UK feeling about the future in that way?
I think, I mean, I again completely agree. there is a huge amount of dependency on public support for this work. And in a way, there is a benefit to that as well, because, you know, we talk about it being public service journalism. We want to be confident that we are able to go and pursue a story because it is in the public interest and that people are supporting us to do that work. So I think it's why I spoke a lot about the genocide in Gaza, not just because it has been so brutal and it has changed so much, but I think it has shone a light on how disgraceful the legacy media is in being so tied to official state narratives, and the amount of work that you need to do to break through that, to challenge the orthodoxy, to challenge the lines, to challenge the framework that's being given for how you know, very often talked about a conflict, and independent media pushed back and called it a genocide, and over time that has changed the narrative, but still there are huge barriers. So I suppose in answer, I am optimistic in the sense that I think so many people have had the illusions about the mainstream media stripped and legacy media stripped from them, and understand the importance of supporting organisations like ours that are going to take the time to do the work that sometimes can take years to see any kind of impact and results. And also I think what is important to say is as well, for something like a genocide or it's important that things are a matter of record as well. So, you know, it might take years for that information to be used to produce any kind of justice, but nonetheless, it is important. And again, it just goes back to why it's very important that we have people on our side who understand that this isn't just kind of reactive work that's going to get a story a day, 2 stories a day. Sometimes it does take years and years of invest, or you know, not always years and years, but sometimes months and months of investigative work.
Yeah, I agree absolutely, and you kept using the phrase the legacy media. I do like that phrase because it implies they're the past and we're the future.
Yay. And I really mean it, by the way, and I use it deliberately because, well, mainly because I think one of the major events over the last 2 years has been that you have an official narrative from the legacy media, and then people have in their hands the ability to see for themselves. Now, of course, that is made all the more complex by algorithmically driven new, you know, what I see will be different to every single person in that room, but I bet there's some things that are similar, but certainly what I see is different to what my nieces see in terms of what is algorithmically pushed to them. But the disconnect between those official narratives and people being able to see the live stream genocide, I think has changed things forever. I really do. And yeah, has been a painful journey of discovery, I think, for a lot of people.
Okay, so Laura, we have a question from Simon Barrow, who's now sitting at the table.
Thanks very much. It's a question, well, the question's going to be to Rob, but I want to preface it by 2 very brief comments. One is, I mean, in terms of this legacy media thing, so I spent 7 years on the Ethics Council of the NUJ, which is an interesting experience in the current climate. Part of the legacy media, of course, is being taken over increasingly by corporate interests, by the organised far right, colluding with corporate interests. But I think a really important thing is to encourage a just transition of many good people in the legacy media to the development of a new media kind of ecology. And one of the things that's happening in Scotland, the Scottish Government supported some work on the setting up of the Scottish Public Interest Journalism Institute. They haven't done anything since the report. So a number of us, Rob and myself included, are now taking that on. And I think we need a conversation between those involved in public interest journalism initiatives in Scotland and in Wales, with you in England and others, in order to do that, because it's all about how you get more resources and attention into the developing media, as I would call it. And incidentally, I do hope the NUJ is going to be taking up some cudgels on the refusal of your press pass, which is an absolute disgrace. My question, if you'll forgive me, Laura, is to Rob, though you might want to comment on it as well, which is that we have the Katie Clark bill on reform of freedom of information in Scotland. Rob and I were at a hearing at the Scottish Parliament fairly recently about that, and there are efforts by myself and others to try and get all parties support for that. It sadly looks like the Scottish Government's dragging its feet at the moment, needs to be pushing it. But I wanted to ask Rob in particular, you know, if you want to say something about that bill and what difference it would make for the kind of work that you, well, I mean, and Laura, I realise she's in a different jurisdiction, would be carrying out.
Yeah, I think it's, the trouble is with freedom of information, which has been a great step forward, in my view, when it was introduced in, was it 2005? And is that every party that reintroduces it gets, any government that introduces it ends up regretting it because it doesn't make their life easy, which of course is part of the point. You know, Tony Blair famously saying he was a nincompoop for introducing freedom of information law. So probably not the biggest mistake he made, but and so it's very important to protect and defend the freedom of information law we have, whatever flaws it has. And what's I'm particularly encouraged by the enormous effort that Katie Clark has put in, backed by the Campaign for Freedom of Information in Scotland, to seriously get the Scottish Parliament to think about improving the Freedom of Information Act. The bill doesn't go as far as many campaigners would like, but it goes far enough to try and make it a feasible option of getting passed, which is very important. But it would make a lot of difference in a lot of ways. I won't go into all the details of it, but it'd be a tremendous boost. And I think even if it doesn't get passed before the Scottish elections next May, which from what you say is, still in the balance, she has said that she will reintroduce it, assuming she's still in the Parliament, in the next Parliament. So who knows what the balance of that Parliament will be and what the options are. But I think fundamentally, freedom of information has been a tremendous step forward, and it's very important to defend it. And if we can improve it, as Katie Clark's bill intends to do, that would be great.
I mean, maybe it's just worth saying that perhaps a key provision in that is the idea that the release of information should be a presumption rather than a resort. And that also counters the argument of, oh, there'll be a massive increase in freedom of information requests, because actually if you make information available, then the grounds for needing to appeal for it reduce. Yes. So that's going to be a key issue.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can I switch notes? We'll sit down.
Hi, both.
Sorry, Laura, did you want to say anything else on that?
No, I just thank you for the information. Yeah.
Okay. So now we have a question from Samuel. I'm not sure who it's to, but he can speak.
It's to you both. Thanks so much for your contributions today. Really appreciate it, and it's a really great insight into the absolutely vital work that you're doing. I've personally, in my own view, I think we're in a particular situation with media now, and especially this relationship between, or this gulf between the way that legacy and alternative outlets are reporting the great issues, the most important issues of our time. Because when I think back to, what I can remember of the kind of Iraq war media onslaught, which I do have memories of, even though I was quite young in some of my earliest political memories, there was very much a view of, there was very much this notion that corporate media and even the public broadcaster here would take the government's line on these really, really important issues. I think 25 years on now, we're in a slightly different situation, which is not that these outlets so much take the government line so overtly, but they refuse to report on these extremely important issues at all. There's a kind of silencing thing that's going on. And I remember one of your former writers, Laura McKennard, I remember watching him on a podcast saying, you know, these reports that we've been doing on the spy flights over Gaza, they've not even been mentioned. So it's, you know, it's one thing to take a, you know, official position. It's another thing just to pretend that none of these things aren't happening at all. And I think that the same goes for the stories that both of your organizations publish. They have the public interest status to be headline stories across legacy media and broadcast, print and broadcast. And so my question is this: how can we as campaigners and activists best make use of this incredibly important work that you're doing to raise the salience and public awareness, so that in the end they do get taken on by more mainstream outlets, as has happened with stories from both of your outlets of late? It's a challenging question, but I'd appreciate your thoughts on it. Thank you.
You go first.
Did you notice I was just sitting back so that you went first? It is a really good question, and obviously it gets to the heart of how do we operate? How are we controlled in a way? And I don't mean that in a conspiratorial sense. I mean, I think Samuel was right in the sense that if you are not reporting on something, if you are not picking up on something, if you're not asking the questions, and some of these mainstream or legacy media outlets have access to ministers on a regular basis, if you are leaving out really important questions, then you do influence how enraged or not a population can be at a government's behavior. So this is really important. I think in terms of one of the things that I started at Declassified almost a year ago, and before that I worked in the trade union movement, and before that I was a member of parliament, and before that I was an anti-racism education worker, working sometimes with people who had been radicalized towards the far right. And a thread throughout it all has been the power and impact of the legacy media on shaping people's views about the system. And so much work, I remember working with young people on their ideas about immigration or who gets what, entitlements, notions of identity and stuff like that. And so much was constructed by what they saw in legacy media outlets. So what do we do? I think there has to be a principled stance about not collaborating with many of these outlets. I think some of them have really disgraced themselves repeatedly. And I think that it's right, isn't it, that there's a kind of a relationship between the things that we go after in terms of stories and what we're trying to elicit and the information that we're trying to garner through the questions that we ask as an independent media organisation. For example, many of you might have seen my brilliant colleague Phil Miller, who is the editor at Declassified, asking ministers and kind of bringing back the technique of doorstepping ministers and asking them questions about the spy flights, for example. He has had to take, and we as an organisation have taken like a proactive stance of going to try and ask these ministers these questions. When I said before, the legacy media have them come into their studios and they don't ask them the questions. They're sat in front of them and they don't ask them these important questions. So I think we have to kind of be quite ruthless about where we put our time and energy, how we collaborate with the legacy media, and how movements, if you like, support independent media as a public service. I have to say, I think it is harder in some ways now because of social media and acknowledging that social medias are also corporations who have biases and algorithmic biases, and trying to transcend that for the independent media sector is also a challenge that we don't necessarily talk about that often. So it's not as if all of these problems have gone away because we can have our own platforms. They exist within kind of bigger platforms that are also corporations. So yeah, in a nutshell, I think there has to be a bit of a ruthlessness about the role in which legacy media has played in protecting the status quo and shielding powerful people and powerful corporations from some of the most egregious and terrible crimes in the last 2-3 decades.
Yeah, I'd take a slightly different slant on that. I mean, I should maybe preface this by saying, of course, I spent most of my life working for the legacy media. And I'm not quite as completely down on them as some. I think, you know, when you talk about legacy media, you're covering a lot of things. There's definitely a growing, increasingly powerful right-wing, on for a better phrase, legacy media, you know, the Telegraph and the Mail, so forth, which is dangerously influential and influences and you know, helps over influences the BBC and so forth. But on the other hand, there are some parts of legacy media where you can get a voice. The Guardian's an obvious one, and in Scotland, you know, the shadows of their former selves, the Scotsman and the Herald, but it's still possible to get your point of view in there. There's also the National, of course, where I think CND had its point of view aired this morning, and you know, also the Sunday Post or the Dundee Courier or the Press and Journal. They all have. They're not all bad. I mean, they might be partly bad, but they're not all bad. So I think, you know, and it is what your question's really asking is how what people these days call, how do you get cut through, right? How do you get cut through and make people understand and understand what it is you want to do? And it's increasingly difficult, as Laura said, because of the whole sort of way in which people understand things. The digital revolution, social media, etc., makes it very difficult. And everything's much more fluid than it used to be. Public opinion is much more fluid. But, you know, I think you have to use whatever skills you have to be smart and tough and sometimes cheeky or maybe you know, more than that in attracting the attention of the media. And you know, the right know how to do that. They do it very well and rather just successfully in recent times. So it should be possible for those who, you know, oppose nuclear weapons or think that climate change is a bad thing to do the same thing. And but you know, I'm not underestimating the problems. The only one other thing I'd say is, you know, one of the big changes in my time in the media is when I started out, you had to write for a newspaper and that was it. But now anyone can create their own media. And so if I was involved in a campaign group these days, I would devote a lot of my resources to making my own media and distributing my own media, because that's clearly going to help you. Anyway, that's not an answer to the question, really.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now Mike Martin is going to ask a question.
Yeah. Once again, thank you very much for your marvellous contributions, which I think are very timeous, given the period that we're moving through. My question really is about dissemination. How do you find out the extent to which your product is being consumed in the mass arena? This comes from the person in Northeast Scotland, CND, who co-authorises our Facebook page. And the wonderful thing about Facebook is that you can see that they have engagements and reaches, which indicate the extent to which you disseminate in your posts. And you can break it down into area of the world and men or women and the age. And that is really, really useful. But I believe young people consume Instagram, TikTok and WhatsApp and X to a much greater extent. I mean, TikTok, I think you have to dance to get onto TikTok, somebody told me. So my question is on dissemination. How do you tell the extent to which you're reaching people? And I'll just add something which is so useful what you're doing, because in 2014, when Britain was seriously considering attacking Syria, it was done on the basis of an alleged poison gas attack in a Syrian city by the Assad regime. But the grey zone, and I think UK declassified relates to grey zone, the grey zone was very meticulous in unpacking this alleged Syrian government attack and laying the blame at a Wahhabist group, which was infiltrated into Syria by Saudi Arabia. That's the question I have. Your dissemination, can you talk to me about that?
These days, you have a huge range of tools that will tell you exactly how many people read your stories, how many people share them on social media, how many clicks they get, how long they look at the pages for, and all those things. And of course, we use that information as much. If you talk to people on The Guardian, they'll tell you that they know exactly the minute they should release a particular story about a particular thing and how many hits it will get and what it competes against. And there's a huge sort of science and art to that, and the amount of I think newspapers have live screens showing how many people are reading their stories all the time, and the information is phenomenal. So, of course, the danger of that is it creates clickbait. So you deliberately you put words in headlines that are going to make people click on you. Sex, pirates, I don't know, whatever, and or make your these awful columns of shame that you see down the bottom of newspaper websites. You'll never believe what so and so did naked and all that kind of crap. But and that's the risk of it. People endlessly consume clickbait. But on the other hand, it gives organizations like us a lot of information to work out how we can reach the most people and how we can do it better. We just have to become better at it than our enemies.
Thank you. And I was just going to add that, I mean, I have a 15-year-old niece, and I actually took a video of her watching a video because she watches it on ×2, and it is so funny. I don't know if you know what I mean by ×2, but you know how you can go to, like on TikTok, you can hold down the screen and all of a sudden the speaker starts speaking really, really fast because there isn't like, and this is not a judgment, sometimes I do it, but there isn't like a patience for the slow pace of the explanation of something. And it just absolutely blew my mind, because I was like, this is what we are competing for. It's time and attention and the economy of attention and how to stand out. And what is scary about it is, as Rob has said, there's so many metrics. I mean, we can tell how long people spend reading a story. We know how many people are opening our emails. We know that there's been a huge trend towards video first stories, because people quite often want to sit and watch the story, and very often might be watching it on silent, so they're reading the subtitles. So things have changed loads. And yeah, we can all be very humbled by watching a teenager consume some of the news, because it is so fast, and if the attention is not immediately got, you scroll, you know, they just scroll past, and I do the same too if something isn't grabbing my attention. But I have to say, and we're taking this quite seriously at Declassified, is that I just don't think anything can beat human connection, and we are literally nothing without the stories. So we aren't gonna become only video kind of commentary, reaction-based organization. We have invested in our journalists because it is the time and the energy that is spent investigating the stories that we need investigating, that is who we are as an organization. So no matter how many fancy different outputs that we've got, and we do need, because we need to we need people's attention with the stories, and there's no point a story just existing somewhere and not being used. We want it to go to younger people, to diverse audiences, to audience that might not be traditionally interested in foreign policy issues or whatever. We need to do all of that. But what you will also see from Declassified much more in 2026, like for example our Challenging the War Machine event, is really trying to meet in person to discuss these stories in real life and make human connections, because I think a reaction to the algorithms, the how hypnotizing social media can be, is to push away from that and be like, okay, let's meet in real life. Let's actually hear from the journalists themselves, take us through how they got the story, explain their investigation, and let people be able to question that and listen for themselves. So yeah, we can be truly humbled by the watch times and the read times on articles. But what is very important is that we don't lose that whilst there's all this fancy technology, the stories are the heart of any investigative journalism operation, and therefore the journalists are too.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're going to, I'm now introducing Isabel Lindsay, our Vice Chair, who's going to ask something, and then we'll come to you, Tony. And you might be the last question, I think, Tony, but Isabel, please.
Okay. Establishment capture is almost universal in all political systems. We've all become so cynical about it with justification. And I would say that on the defence, foreign affairs, those kind of areas, it is extremely powerful. That's at one end of the spectrum, but it's across the whole spectrum. And it's a question of what can you do about it? Because you do see, Laura, sorry, you will have seen many examples of this, of Labour Party colleagues whom you thought were perfectly reasonable, progressive people, and then get into power. And one of the things which I think maybe we could think of exploring, you've no chance at Westminster just now, but in the Scottish Parliament, whether one of the things we might consider exploring is a formal obligation on ministers to show they have consulted on issues on the full spectrum of opinion. Now, you're not talking about a few on the far edges, but to show that, because I can say I'm on the board of Commonweal, and over all these years, despite all the well-informed, innovative policy work that has been done, I don't think once a Scottish minister has invited any researcher, anyone involved with Commonweal, to come and meet the minister and discuss in policy areas. And that applies across the board. And who decides it? And here we come back to the establishment capture and those who say, probably with justification, we don't always know what goes on behind the scenes, that Yes Minister was a documentary, it wasn't a comedy show. And this is the problem that once they get into power and into the system, they are surrounded by civil service, conservative, small c conservative civil service, by lobbyists with lots of resources. This is very much the case. And they don't, unless they're exceptionally strong personalities, they don't get out of that bubble. And if we can try and pioneer something in Scotland which says, show us the evidence before you produce policy papers that you have consulted the full range across the board, it would be quite interesting to see, you know, would this make a difference?
Thank you, Isabel. Yes, I think it would be a very good idea if the Scottish Government consulted Common Weal more often. Although I'm a little bit wary that sometimes governments use consultation as a way of avoiding doing things sometimes. But I think, of course, an establishment capture, what you talk about, is a real thing. But I would say this, you know, some ministers can make a difference if they're strong-minded enough. Isabel referred to the fact that in order to escape from the coterie of advisors and civil servants who surround you as soon as you become a minister, you have to be quite strong-minded. And I think in the Scottish Parliament there have been some ministers who've risen above that. I don't know what you think of your colleague Mike Russell, but I'd put him in that category as being someone who's prepared to face down his civil servants. I can also think of a Labour minister who did the same. But you know, they're the exception rather than the rule. And yes, we need more courageous policy making.
Okay, thanks. Laura, you don't need to come in on this unless you desperately want to.
Well, I mean, I suppose it's about understanding the nature of power, isn't it? And I really enjoyed that contribution in the sense that, and you know, this is not an opinion on behalf of Declassified. This is my personal opinion that I definitely think that there is a real disciplining effect of the system. So it was very apparent when I was a shadow minister that a real tool of the system is to use outrage as a form of like a fear tactic. So, you know, if you were going to say, I often said things that I thought were totally rational and like reasonable, and they would just be met with outrage. And that has a kind of corrosive effect over time. And I think that is very much a disciplining effect. You know, it's about the system saying you are not going to try anything too different here because there are so many mechanisms in your way, and obviously the power of the kind of embedded civil service that's saying that's not possible, that is not permissible, that won't work. And that's why I'm very intentional when I say we have an illusion of a democracy. It's not just about secrecy, and it's not just about how we hold our ministers and MPs to account, but how does the system actually function to be able to make change? Is change possible within a parliamentary system? And I think it's severely limited.
Okay, so thanks. Tony, do you want to come in? We're slightly running behind, but let's see if we can get you to speak.
Aye, thanks first of all to Rob and Laura for giving up your time, giving us the insight. And I'm aware that there's a wee one in the background, so I'll use the term, it doesn't take a bairn with a biscuit bum to see what's going on with democracy. Full democracy has been obfuscated by the big parties. I like the word legacy, by the legacy parties. Hope to see the rise of the new left parties in my case, but the collusion between those parties has been made abundantly clear, and that collusion, it's clear to me that you know, these parties do not represent their electorate. They didn't represent their membership, or their ordinary membership. They represent the interests, their vested interests, big companies, the religious organisations that are leaning on them,
Okay, so I think I'll just take that last one, because I feel that
sorry, I was a bit long there.
Rob and Laura have already spoken about the challenges of funding, but let's just see if they want to respond to the fake news.
I'll just make one quick point. How do we distinguish ourselves from others? That's a good question. I think in the Ferrets case, we've decided to set ourselves up as a cooperative that's responsible to its members. So there is no question of adverse influence or corporate influence or anything like that. So it's all entirely run by those who subscribe. And the other point I'd make is this. I think it is important because so much of the media has disgraced itself in so many ways in recent years, particularly over phone hacking, that it's important for new media like the Ferret to be as open and transparent as they can be about everything they do, where their funding comes from, who they are, what their background is, all that sort of thing. And we endeavor to do that because that's a way of building trust.
Thank you for that. Laura, do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I think I would agree with all of that. Again, we really value our supporters, as in people individually donating each month to help us maintain an independence. I mean, that can't be understated. I think one thing as well, Tony, that I think really was coming to my mind when you were talking was like, I think we are all completely unprepared for how artificial intelligence and deep fakes will impact the media landscape over the next, however many years. I mean, it feels so rapid, AI's influence, that I think media literacy, being part of political education, is crucial. Because for myself as well, I think it's an ongoing journey of saying, okay, who's saying that? Is it true? Are those clips? Is it cut? Is it, all of that is going to be so important for young people again. And I know I keep mentioning it, but I just think we can't underestimate how powerful the algorithms for. And I noticed this last Christmas. Sorry for this last anecdote, is that genuinely in a room where people say there was 5 or 6 in my own family, all of our feeds were entirely curated towards interests that would affirm our views rather than challenge them. And so all of us had slightly different news feeds going on, some more influenced by AI, some less influenced, you know, so that's a huge challenge for the independent media sector. And I think, you know, I'm sure the Ferret is as well, but we are a regulated media organisation, and that's important so that, you know, you're not just checking on yourself, that you feel like you're accountable. We have very, very robust processes to make sure that we are committed to reporting the truth. You know, these aren't small things, and that is very different to somebody just kind of going live on TikTok. But we're kind of sometimes competing in the same landscape. But I think people know that, and I'm sure the Ferret kind of experience this as well. People know, and it's why people are donating monthly to probably both of our organisations, that this is people who are regulated, you know, interested in getting to the truth, that we are asking really hard questions and beavering away sometimes for months at ends on stories, and that is a kind of different entity and is worth supporting. But yeah, there's huge challenges for all of us, which we will overcome, no doubt.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you very, very much for this session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and best wishes for the rest of your conference.
Good luck with all your hard work. Thank you. Well, we'll just have a very short couple of minutes because Rob's now leaving us. Thanks to him. We're going to go on to business, but so we're going to go on to the year in review and the framing statement from the executive. But if people need to grab a drink or go to the loo, we'll have just a minute. We're not as far behind as we might be. It's not too bad at all. We're just 5-6 minutes behind, so just give ourselves a minute. What interesting music background coming from somewhere.
Must be from one of the venues.
Yeah. Right, okay. Okay, great. Okay, so we'll be back. I think there's still a couple of people to come into the room, but we're back here. And I'm just very briefly reminding you about the framing statement. It was circulated, and there are copies, paper copies, might be some paper copies in the room here. So we got into a habit of producing this. It started a few years ago, where to prevent people putting in, it was partly about resolutions and people putting in resolutions that were things we were already doing. So we thought it would be helpful to just summarize what our basic principles are, the campaigns that we are currently working on and will always be working on, the kinds of relationships we already have, the organizations we already work with. So it summarizes all of that in a document called the framing statement, just reminding us, about the basics, about what our basic aims are, about our relationship with CND UK, about how we try to support them in campaigns that they're doing, which obviously now are very much focused on the new nuclear weapons that are come already to Lakenheath, but will be coming to Marsden in neighbouring Norfolk, and that's obviously going to preoccupy them a great deal. That we continue to support Fastlane Peace Camp, but it's a totally independent organisation that's been living now for over 40 years, not the same people, but some people have been living at that peace camp. Now it's the longest, we believe it's the longest running peace camp. And then it explains about how we have an annual cycle of activities that we always do. This year it was the 80th anniversary of the dropping of the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We always remember the 6th and the 9th of August. It was particularly important to do so this year, but we will always continue to do that. And it's about speaking about the inhumane catastrophe that nuclear weapons bring, that is part of trying to get people to understand how terrible nuclear weapons are, and that applies to all of the nuclear explosions, not just those in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but the many explosions, 2,000 and more explosions that have caused harm in almost every continent of the globe, actually. And it also reminds us about our relationship, against nuclear power, the importance of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So although our priority is always the nuclear weapons here in Scotland, we are part of an international peace movement, and that couldn't be more important. And it also talks about the coming up events. So obviously 2006 is a year of an election, as has been said several times already. It's incredibly important that we are trying to get people to only vote for candidates who oppose nuclear weapons or nuclear power, and that we do what we can to raise the profile of the whole nuclear issue during the election campaign. And we will be holding a national hustings in March. We have a date in mind, but it's not absolutely confirmed. Probably around the 25th. We will obviously be telling you all about that. We already have talked about our event on the 14th of March at Fastlane. That is going to be a major focus in 2006. And that's why we are using our Christmas appeal to raise funding for that event. And then in the more immediate calendar, there are other anniversaries that we've already started to honour that will be coming up before that. The first of which is in January, the 25th is Burns Night, as you're very aware. Well, for the last few years, we have asked our members to nominate poems, thinking about poems about peace, and poems in Scots, or poems about Scotland and peace, or all of those. So we'll be doing that again this year, and Claire Phillips, on our executive, who herself is a poet, takes the lead on that. So those are upcoming events. And also along with this document, we circulated the year-in review, which Samuel's going to
I'm going to speak to it very briefly. We have circulated this across our mailing lists, so members and our supporters in general should be aware that it's available. It's been published and it's available. Firstly, to order from our website, but also just to download freely directly from our website. It is an overview of campaign events 2025, including reports from local groups that were written by some of the members here. It has a timeline of our campaign events, so you can see, you know, how things have been proceeding and what times of the year we're busier. This was published immediately after August, so there's a lot of detail here about the initiatives that local groups took in their respective areas around the 80th anniversary of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. So there's some important details there. And also at the back, we have a quite detailed report from Christina about membership figures, and also one from myself here, which again, this is all downloadable online, about social media metrics and the approach that I've been taking towards trying to reach more people on social media. So encourage you, those of you who haven't downloaded it or had a glance through it already, to do so. Thank you.
I mean, as Samuel just said, it was published before the 1st of November, so you'll see the contained adverts for our events on the 1st of November and for this AGM. But because it's published before those things, it doesn't include reports about them. So just to keep that in mind. Okay, so any questions from anyone about any of that? Yes, Mike, do you want to just shout it out and I'll repeat it?
The following question. Mr. Bowen, or have we, Mr. Bowen, modifying the training box?
Yes, is the answer to that. It's in your hand. So that's rather obvious. It's nothing is set in stone, of course. And it's an annual document, you know, so there will be a different one next year. I take it you have a beef. Do you want to spell out what your problem is, please?
Here.
Right. Okay, wait, Mike. We're getting shouted at because we can't hear. Could you come up here, please? Quickly. Quickly.
And it pertains to, I mean, I did have a spat with Bill Ramsey about this. Oh, in the middle. All right. Oh, am I chairing the meeting as well?
Just quickly speak it.
All right. Yes. So I'd like to modify paragraph 7.
Right. You need to read out what you want.
All right.
No, not the whole paragraph. Just tell us what it is that's wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. See, so basically, it's the formulation of how you talk about the war in Ukraine. That's number one thing I want to modify. And number 2, which is a shibboleth, as far as I can tell, which is the paragraph 10 regarding the since the AGM resolution in 2013 in support of Scottish independence. And then it all hinges on this John Ainsley document, Nowhere to Go, which I now wish to contest because I've been doing research on that. And I want to revise paragraph 10 in the light of the research I've done.
Right, okay, just stay there then. So these are quite complicated issues that we'd probably need a bit more discussion. So let's just see how we're going to deal with this. So obviously the thing you've just raised about John Ainsley's document and your research, you need to probably explain all of that.
Yes. I'm happy to do that.
So let's just check what we want to do here.
I think if we...
Chair,
yeah.
These are such complex issues that by all means put in a written paper
Yes.
for us to consider.
Right.
Absolutely. I'll be...
Deal with this.
No, I wasn't asking you to. I'd be happy to do that.
Great.
Good.
That was Isabel.
It's coming.
That was Isabel Lindsay.
Believe me, it's coming.
Sorry, that was Isabel Lindsay. Suggesting to Mike that we have a written paper, and Michael has agreed, and so that's how we're going to deal with it. So thank you very much, and excuse me if I'm being a bit gruffy gruff. Yeah, sorry. It's just to suddenly get worried about time. So yes, I'll calm down now. Thank you very much. Right, so we've done that bit. Anything else that people want to say now before I become slightly giggly? Right.
Move on to resolutions.
Yes, we'll move on to resolutions. Thank you. Right. So these are actually the first two resolutions submitted by CND North East Scotland. The first one, are they on the screen? No, everyone has. Hang on, everybody's got them, so we don't need them on the screen. The first one is about developing a policy document on how to message and confront the escalation of the war in Ukraine, Taiwan, and the potential use of nuclear weapons in these scenarios. Right, does the proposer wish to say anything?
Yes, please. Yeah, Jonathan.
Right, there we go.
Right, thanks very much, everyone. Apologies for not get down today, but I've got a cough, and apologies if I start coughing or sneezing during my quick. Just to say, I think this specifically relates to Ukraine and Taiwan because I think it's particularly difficult in terms of how we message any questions on what's happening. But I think it relates to everything that's gone on today, all the speeches, all the talks, and the next two resolutions. And that's, really about how we communicate and how we get across our arguments. So even though it's particularly linked to Ukraine and Taiwan, I think it can be used more generally. So basically, and it relates particularly to resolutions 2 and 3. The media and political narrative that war is inevitable is rarely questioned. Yet would people really want such a war? And are they aware of the realities of the potential for nuclear war and the realities of the horrendous consequences if this happened? The Alternative Defence Review is a very useful tool in our arguments, but we have to think very carefully in how we message our arguments for peace and negotiation, as there will be considerable attempts to rubbish our position. There will also be major challenges, as it's been pointed out by the last contributions, speakers, that the message, to get out the message to the mainstream and broaden our support politically. As such, I think we have to think carefully on how we act to be effective and recommend that we work on a policy document to help us in these endeavours. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Right. And is it formally seconded or? Yeah, formally seconded by Mike. And does anyone want to speak? Right, come up here then, Mike, please. Yeah, no, you stay there, Christine, that's fine. That's fine, no, go on, where you sit.
From the mass media, the BBC in particular, is a one-dimensional take on these two in the case of Ukraine, an active war, in the case of Taiwan, a pending war, if you believe some of the statements coming from the US military. And because we only get a one-dimensional view, which doesn't actually address the priorities of the actual civilians or peoples of those countries. the view that people have in the global north on the whole tends to be distorted, and we have an opportunity to actually discuss what people in those countries are actually thinking and what their priorities are. And I'll just say this, in the case of Taiwan, every year, one of their top universities, the Tsinghua National University of Public Research, actually does opinion polls in the Taiwanese population. And you actually get a much more nuanced and interesting view of what people in that country are concerned about. And invariably, it is quite complex and diverse. So the policy documents would be aimed at humanizing the peoples, like in the case of Ukraine, I'm thinking of the people, the Russian speakers in the east of the country, who are simply ignored by the mass media. And I would be delighted to contribute towards that documentation.
I think the resolution itself in its current wording, it passes, then we will probably discuss the details of what it will include as part of executive meetings going forward.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, can we move to a vote? Or does anybody else want to speak? Venezuela. Right, so
a Russian warship in Venezuelan waters to dismay.
Right, so Duncan is raising the possibility of conflict involving Venezuela and Russia, and suggesting that should be, in a sense, included. I mean, we're not trying to amend it from the floor, but the spirit of that, they can take that on board.
That's something the new executive would
Yes, the new executive would definitely take that into account. Okay, so all those can we go to a vote now? Yeah, all those in favour, please show. Okay, anyone against? I think that's unanimously carried. Let me just check, sorry, online. Is everybody all right online? I don't know if I did give you a chance to vote. Let me do that again.
No, yeah.
You did.
We've got yeses, no nos so far.
Great, thanks very much. Sorry, I'll be a bit more careful. Thank you very much. Right, so we're on to the second resolution, which is about war between Russia and Ukraine. Who's the nominator? Is that you again, Jonathan?
No, it's Andy.
It's Andy, right? Andy, would you like to speak?
Yes. So the loony right in the US, the Hawks, aka the US government, putting out two lies. More weapons makes us safer. That's US spelt US, and nuclear weapons can be used. And as ever, the UK government, either party, slavishly follows the US lead and works to drag Europe along with it. The reason for what's called a special relationship. And in this country, it's sold to the public as a mixture of patriotism, machismo, and fear of others, to give the impression that war involving the UK is inevitable and nuclear weapons can be used. How do we, Scottish CND, counter these narratives? How to create alternative narrative of pushing for dialogue, negotiation, and B, warning of the extreme consequences of any nuclear explosion?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Clear and short. Thank you. Anyone? Yes, no, can we say it's formally seconded, Andy?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so can people want to go straight to a vote? You want to speak? Yes, please. Thank you.
Can you vote for me?
Just a couple of comments. I mean, first of all, as we pass the first resolution, we don't need to pass this one because the first one embraces it. It will look at the escalation of war in Ukraine to one, and possibly wider than that, potential use of nuclear weapons. And I'm sure it can embrace particularly what's in the second paragraph. On its own, I think it would be very dangerous for us to pass this motion. It starts off war between Russia and Ukraine. The war is the invasion by Russia of a sovereign territory. Backed by NATO, well, NATO is deeply involved. I would have lots of criticisms of NATO, but passing a resolution that mentions a criticism of NATO without talking about the invasion by Russia will get us into all kinds of trouble. No doubt we'll have that disagreement when we have the discussion about how to frame these things according to Resolution 1, but I would ask you not to pass this motion. I think it would be very damaging for Scottish conflict.
Thank you very much for that. Anyone else?
Well, can I withdraw it then? Because I think covering a policy document on how we're going to display it will cover that as well.
Okay, so you're withdrawing it. Is that right, Andy?
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to the third resolution, which is about the Scottish Trade Union Peace Network. And Arthur West is going to come and speak.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah,
go and have a comfy seat.
yeah. Just to thank North East CND for putting those resolutions up. I think it was a good discussion, and it very importantly stressed the need for dialogue and diplomacy, in dealing with the situations in the world just now. But this is a very straightforward resolution. Scottish Trade Union Peace Network is a network of trade unionists who are trying to raise awareness of nuclear weapons and anti-war issues within the trade union movement by organising meetings, trying to put resolutions to trade union conferences, and trying to have a presence generally in the trade union movement. So very much acknowledge that the framing statement is a very positive statement, and we wanted to acknowledge that in this, this resolution. And really just building on the framing statement, it's really, the resolution is just calling for, really three things. One of the things that strikes me about public work and even work at trade union events is that one of the main arguments that's used against our Scottish CND position is this deterrence argument. The nuclear weapons, keep us safe. And I think it's an argument we've always got to take head on. So I know there's been a lot of good messaging around deterrence and other issues. I think it's just about keeping that in focus. And I think, thinking about trying to do something regularly, using social media and maybe other means around discrediting this deterrence argument would be very useful. The alternative defence review, I think people who heard Karen's presentation will definitely understand it's a really impressive, it's a really, really important document. And there have been some local CND groups, Scottish CND groups, that have run public meetings, and I think if we can encourage meetings to happen in different areas, whether it be online or whether it be a mixture of online and face-to-face. But I think it's a document that we really want to be publicising, really worthwhile. And I've got quite a few paper copies of it, so if anybody's wanting, I think we ran out today, so if anybody's wanting some paper, I've already got a couple of requests for paper copies that I'll send out. And just the other point is that the TPNW, it goes without saying, is extremely important and continues to make progress. I think it's a very useful treaty for challenging people who take this, they call it a multilateral view. I think then if they're taking that position, you can then say, well, what about this treaty? What about supporting this important treaty? It's really important, and just it's mentioned in the framing statement, and we just wanted to highlight it. within this resolution. So thanks for the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Thank you. And is that formally seconded?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, does anyone else want to speak on this resolution? Okay, so shall we proceed to a vote?
I would just, I would just note that hopefully those can access. There are three concrete suggestions as part of this resolution, which is very helpful. The first is to make a Arthur has summarized them, but I'm just going to read them out. First is to make a commitment to run a monthly messaging program to discredit deterrence arguments used to support the presence of nuclear weapons in Scotland. It could take place via social media, letters, and articles to newspapers. I think that formalizing this kind of a program would be a good idea, but I would note that that is a large part of what I spend my time doing does discuss security questions and challenge deterrence narratives, in the newsletters. And no, and I recognize that, but I would be really keen to speak to the incoming executive about how we can formalize that and perhaps make a platform discussing that more frequently. And I think the second suggestion is to encourage local CND groups to run public meetings on the ADR. And the third is to continue to raise the profile of the Treaty of Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons within the Scottish trade union movement, which is work that Simon's pursuing. So.
Right, we've already lapsed into action. There was AGR, Alternative Defence Review, just in case you forgot.
Sorry.
I mean, we have already been speaking about it, but just in case somebody is online and didn't quite catch that. Okay, so we're ready to go to a vote? Okay, so I'm also watching the votes online. So all of those in favour, please. Okay, that's everybody in the room. And online.
We've got unanimity in the room. We've got thumbs up and hands up and ticks symbols.
That's looks good to me.
Looks good.
Looks like everybody. Can I just see if there are anybody against? So hands down. Thank you very much. Can you put your hand down, Jonathan? Thank you. Anyone against? Okay, I think that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So
resolutions 1 and 3.
So we've passed resolutions 1 and 3, and we're now on to our open, structured debate. And there is schedule for this. And Christina's about to display on slide. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There'll be 2 online groups and 2 groups in the chat as well. The last I've seen 2 groups in the room to have a discussion on one of these topics. Are we allocating people to a topic? Or are we letting people choose their topic? We can do it randomly because we don't have that many people. Okay, so the 4 topics are enabling and encouraging anti-nuclear activism among members and local groups, making more effective use of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, more productive engagement with political parties and politicians, and collaborating with other social movements, environment, trade union, anti-austerity, wider peace and justice movements. These are the topics that we had a pre-AGM meeting, and these were the topics that were kind of affirmed by the people who attended that meeting as topics for discussion. but we want you to, in your discussion of these, whichever one you're discussing, we want you to come to specific objectives, some specific thing that can be achieved, an achievable aim or target for the campaign, and to think about whether that could be done in a way that would bring in new people, new energy or financial support, and what the first steps are. So we want you to come back with some specific, tangible, this is what we want you to do, guys, kind of messages, okay? Not just vague aspirational stuff, but some more definite, achievables, a bit kind of lower level than, you know, we want to get rid of nuclear weapons, which we all, of course, that's what we're trying to do. But something that we'd be working towards and maybe hopefully actually doing in the year. So we're going to maybe move the room into 2 groups. You've got 5 folk on that side, and maybe we should just go this side and that side as a group. We can pile in the one that's smaller.
Yeah.
And it would be good if we could have a spokesperson. Yeah. 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 So you're going to go into breakout groups online, folks, and in that breakout group, can you get someone to be a spokesperson to feed back and take some notes? Okay. We have scheduled for 45 minutes. Let's say 30 minutes. Let's say half an hour. Okay, half an hour. 30 minutes, folks. So it's 5 to 3, and we're coming back at 25 past. Okay.
Did you get to choose who goes in each one?
It's randomly.
Oh, it's random.
Time randomly. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's just because Claire and Aberdeen Social Centre said that they wanted to. Oh, you think that you can do it? It said that they wanted to discuss 4, so I was hoping to put them together. This is Claire here. Her name. Room 2, yeah. And then.
Yes, I think.
And then it was Tony said he would like to discuss topic 1. So we moved Tony to group 1. Okay. If there are any more preferences about which topic you would like to discuss, please let us know. And we'll allocate within the next, because we're allocating them now, and then we'll open the rooms within the next 10 seconds. Oh, okay. That's fine. Wait 1 more second. Okay, we're gonna send you into the breakout groups now. Thanks so much, Jim.
Okay, David.
Okay, we're all back. Right, welcome back. We had, I think, three groups in the room and 2 groups online. I don't know whether, do the online groups want to get a chance to go first?
Sure.
Yes, okay, I see a thumbs up there. Okay.
I think I better go first.
Right, on you go.
In order to get the brain dump out, yeah. So we had a group of 4, and Jonathan, Andy, and Marjorie was in my group. And we started off, this was to how do we enable and encourage anti-nuclear activism amongst amongst members and groups. We started by saying, what do we want to address? And I had introduced the topic. I think the decline in memberships has really been an issue for us, because we're not getting new ideas coming in, and also just to address the whole the demographic, try and encourage new younger members in. But there were some other things that came up. So I said I'd like to address how we reach new audiences. Marjorie thought it'd be a really good idea to link the cost of nuclear weapons, the impact of nuclear weapons, or towards things like populist propaganda, you know, the immigration issues, and use the linkage between the two things, and things like climate change, to get the message across. Jonathan said that we do have a presence at uni, but students are choosing to engage in other things at the moment: anti-fascism, the Palestinian issues, and one of the areas that we thought we could have a practical impact on there is strengthening our links between ourselves and the Scottish Palestinian Solidarity Committee, and other groups like that. So strengthening, and also we talked about strengthening links within our unions, retired members group, in my case, the Unite, where people are less inclined to be fearful for their jobs, you know, but we can get the message percolating through the unions that way, and trade union, local TUCs. Think global, act local was a good point. So think about the global issues, but how do they relate to local things, the impact on health infrastructure, health professionals' wages, health professionals' activities, and we could do that through professional organisations. One really good suggestion was Peace on Earth. Marjorie came up with this one. Have at the end of the year, if we're sending cards of any sort, whether it's a New Year card or a Christmas card or whatever, give a loved one a membership to SCND as part of the Christmas message. So individual members could buy a membership for one of their good friends. Another area I mentioned was I'm actively engaging friends to try, like-minded friends, to take a membership of the SCND. I'm putting it on my Blue Sky accounts now. I'm highlighting things like the Christmas appeal in my Blue Sky account. So it's just getting the message out there, you know. That was basically it. I hope I made sense there. But the brain dumps out.
Thank you very much. That was great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brilliant. So does the other online group want to speak?
Sure. Can you hear me? The perennial
Yay,
question.
we can. Brilliant.
Splendid. Yeah, Doug, I'm from Aberdeen. For anyone that doesn't know me, I'm on the executive. Myself and SCND and Claire were in a group. There was another gentleman there who couldn't unmute, and I don't know who it was. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway, we talked about number 4, the idea of sort of building connections with other activist groups, trade unions, across broader activist community and things. Essentially, we came to the conclusion that what CND should do is have some sort of, now this is very working title, what was it, a sort of skills and training festival, if you like. Essentially, we've got lots of money, as our treasurer told us earlier. We can afford to do things many other groups can't. We have a wealth of experience in our organisation, and we should share this. No shade on anyone, but a conference where people are a series of talking heads effectively on a stage, you can do that online. What you can't do online is actually learn physical things. So we have maybe, oh, let's just pitch it as high as we can. Let's go for it. We have a weekend where we offer a series of workshops, possibly at different times over the weekend, so that people can dip into different ones, and they are sharing skills across generations, across campaigns, across, I don't know, I'm talking too much. What would we do? Off the top of my head, actually, I've got a bit of a list written here, but I know your rights training from Scalp, screen printing, how to wheat paste, online security, effective social media use, public speaking 101, speech writing, how to write a press release, how to do a freedom of information request, movement cookery, get our friends from Food Not Bombs in to do some of that, basic debating, non-violence training, lots of this, please. First aid even, I don't know, basic accountancy. This is the sort of stuff that all campaigning groups need, but they don't necessarily have access to. I mean, and even stuff like how to build a lock-on or how to build a tripod, though we probably need an outdoor space for that. And we were discussing that we thought that this would, we're very keen on bringing younger activists into our movement, rightly so, but I think we also need to look at bring in like younger activists, in other words, people who are coming to activism fresh at whatever time in their life, and give them the confidence to feel that they can contribute effectively to our movement. And I'm talking too much. I will stop now.
Great, that's really interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I jump in then? Because we agreed that we'd all have a chip in. So I came at this from a completely different angle, but it actually worked really well, because I want to associate more with religious groups and pick up on the morality issue. And I thought that this idea would work really well for young Quakers, young Buddhists, young whoever, young people who are involved in the movement because they've been radicalized by what's happening in Gaza. So the model of the event that Doug is talking about was just exactly the kind of thing that I was thinking of, but with those particular audiences in mind. And we spent a bit of time thinking about the venue, what part of the country. And I think what we really came to was this could be a model. It could be something we could do more than once, but it would be important to start probably in Glasgow or Stirling or Edinburgh itself, Aberdeen itself. And towards the end, we were thinking particularly about Stirling or Glasgow for a sort of trial of this type of activity. So we were thinking maybe May and September or something like that, maybe have 2 events like this. That may be a bit too ambitious, but so those are some of the extra details. Also, someone else in our group comes from a different faith background. So I'm not just talking about Quakers, I'm talking about young people who've become radicalized by the things that are happening in the world and want to contribute and have things to teach us, and we have things to teach them. So it should be a very democratic, skill sharing type of event.
Okay, thank you. Fantastic, thanks very much. Okay, maybe we should move on then into the room. Somebody from that group want to come and speak? Isabel, do you want to come up here then, please, Isabel?
Isabel can sit more.
You too?
Yeah, or you can sit there.
Yeah, come sit in the middle. Ganz nice. Oh, people, thanks so much. Bye. Cheers. Thank you.
We took points 3 and 4 for discussion, and the point 3 was about building relations with elected members and political parties. Now, we did identify that there is an issue coming up, which is that we're going to lose some of the supporters in Holyrood after me, because Bill Kidd's not standing. Yes, isn't standing, and there's a fair number who are not going to be standing. So that one of the things we should do after me is very specifically go through all the new elected members to identify ones who potentially might be lead spokespersons. So that's a task to be done. But it's also something, what we do know as far as Westminster Scottish MPs go, that we haven't got many who are, we know as supporters, but there are one or two. So it's identifying and working with them, but also doing the same with local government. And we want to identify specific people in all the local authorities who we know to be supportive. So we've got this contact list of those in the parties and elected members at every level whom we know we can go to for support and who we communicate with regularly. The fourth one was ensuring that we develop our relationships with all the various campaigning groups. And one of the things that we should do, rather a simple thing, is actually to identify all the campaign groups, because we won't have anything like a comprehensive list. And that's because if you look at the indie groups, I mean, right away, you can probably identify about half a dozen, 8, might get more than that, of different groups within the indie movement. So it is communicating, getting the contact there, communicating directly with them, because there's so much factionalism that has gone on, but they're activists. Now, I think we should be looking, when we're looking at anti-austerity groups, when we're looking at environmental groups, we should remember that there are a fair number of these that are local. We may easily identify national organisations, but there are a fair number that are Glasgow-based or Edinburgh-based just, or Highland and so on, and really try and build up this network of what we know as active campaigning groups in those kind of areas. Now, the messaging we do to them, of course, obviously environmental groups, I mean, it's quite clear. With the anti-austerity and social service related groups, then I think it's very much identifying the cost of nuclear weapons and identifying, although unless there's any change in the political majority after May at Holyrood, we will still have a policy of not having nuclear power in Scotland, but nevertheless we can identify the waste of money that's going on in the big investments taking place in England. So, you know, those are the kind of practical things we can do, which will take us into the summer of next year with a really good contact list in these groups.
Good, thank you. It's wonderful, thank you. The next table, was there another table on that side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Want to, is it you, Arpa? Are you going to come up here? Can you come and sit here? Sorry, I don't know if we're online, sorry.
Our group sort of moved about a bit in terms of the headings, but we mainly discussed communication strategies and how to build membership, and one or two ideas came to the fore during the discussion. So the idea of continuing to use the press came up, and Simon's already tied in doing a column in the National, and there's potential for maybe doing columns in some other papers as well. The Morning Star was mentioned that it's got a Voices for Scotland column, and Simon, I do a column for that every so often, but Simon's tying into that as well. But there's other
Do you mean Samuel by any chance?
Samuel.
Yes.
It's a very common error, so don't worry.
Okay.
Sorry. So Samuel had tied into that, and we also made this point that if it used to be that if you spent a bit of time doing a letter or doing a press release and it didn't get published and it didn't get into the mainstream press, it was always a bit of a disappointment. But now, even if it doesn't get in, you can use it in other ways. You can use it in social media, or you might be able to convert it into a leaflet or whatever. So that was a point that was made. There was a point made about making kind of straightforward videos, maybe just a video that just asked people what they knew about nuclear weapons, where they were, just to try and get the point over about the need to try and increase knowledge. And we also spoke about trying to engage with the youth parliament, quite important. We had a bit of a discussion about radio adverts. I think I'm remembering this correctly. There's some information from Unison that when they used radio advertising to try and boost their messaging and try and boost their membership, there's some success with it. So we had a bit of a discussion about the use of radio advertising as a possibility. And I think that was, people might remember a bit more. Also, this is a kind of common thing about book festivals and music festivals, and trying to use these kind of events to try and get our message across, and maybe also trying to make some contact with musicians who might be sympathetic. In terms of the radio advert, just one last thing. If there was an opportunity to get somebody who was quite well known to do a voice over that just promoted the, join Scottish CND, here's a reason for doing it, and mentioning a link, that could be worthwhile. Okay.
Great, thank you, Arthur. Okay.
Sorry for getting mixed up.
No, you're good. I do that too. I call people all kinds of different names, quite routinely, I'm afraid. So, does anybody else want to speak from Duncan or Ken? No, right, okay. So I did take some notes. So we were trying to address the collaborating with other social movements, and we discussed the possibility of some sort of joint project or activity, and we kind of talked around that, and we noted that we've made some links with Friends of the Earth Scotland. We wondered whether we could try to pitch for a joint event with Friends of the Earth Scotland around nuclear power. So that's something to try to explore. We noted that there's other options like the convoys or nuclear waste coming from Hunterston to Sellafield, which is something that Martha Wardrop campaigned on in the past. So that was that, thinking about the environmental movement. We also talked about People and Planet being a student organisation in quite a few universities, and going to them and offering speakers to People and Planet about nuclear weapons issues is something that we should maybe be doing more routinely. So in the next year, maybe we could try to do those things. We talked about connections with the labour movement, which obviously we're working on in a number of ways, but there are common anniversaries like the Workers' Memorial Day. In the past, it used to also be the Miners' Gala that we would always turn up for. So there's some labour movement anniversaries that we should still try to honour and be a presence in. Then with political parties, our own memberships obviously should be exploited where appropriate. And within the group, there were people who were in the Green Party constituency of both the co-leaders of the Greens, Gillian Mackay and Ross Greer. So we just note that that's kind of a point of contact and potential maybe leverage. And so our husting that we're hoping to have, this national hustings, I mean, if we write formal invitations from Scottish CND to leaders, we should have members following up with personal, you know, going to their what do you call them, surgeries or whatever they are, and lobbying. And we discussed whether, as at the last Scottish election, every single candidate was written to and asked if they would support the parliamentary pledge, the ICANN parliamentary pledge, which is effectively a pledge to sort of support the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons like we did the last time, whether that should be a joint peace movement activity with ICANN partners in Scotland. Janet Fenton was the main mover of it last time round in that role as the both chair of a cross-party group in the against nuclear disarmament in the Scottish Parliament and coordinator of ICANN members in Scotland, as well as her own charity Secure Scotland. So we should be talking about whether we're going to do that again. I think that's about it. Yeah. Well, voter registration is another thing that we could work with other people on. There will be people out there trying to encourage people to register to vote. Several, you know, all kinds of organisations will be doing that. And we could be part of that movement as well, trying to encourage young, well, whoever's not registered to be registered. Yeah. Okay.
That's everything. I just wanted to say one, since a lot of us have touched on collaborating with other movements and making connections. We did make some good connections in the process and on the day of our conference, in the process leading up to and on the day of our conference. I think personally, the best way to take advantage of those in the short to medium term, and this is something that we will be discussing, I think it'll be one of the first things on the agenda with the new executive, is setting up a working group to work on the demonstration on the 14th of March at Faz Lane, and specifically to delegate contacting various different organizations, especially the ones that we did make connections with on November the 1st, and say, thank you for supporting us then. Please extend your support to this. It's quite decently far ahead in advance that there shouldn't be too many clashes. So I think that would be part of the process of compiling this. Part of that process would involve compiling this list of organizations that Isabel mentioned before and reaching out to them and doing the outreach.
Yeah, and we want actually to do that before Christmas as much as possible, because that's kind of such a big kind of gap where nothing happens, and it's really important to put the ask in whenever possible before that. So the next executive in December is quite a, you know, it's the first executive of this new executive. It's quite an important meeting. It's got to do quite a lot of stuff at that meeting to get stuff done before Christmas. So yeah. Okay. Anything else that people wanted to say from the floor? Yes, Arthur, please. And Simon. Do you want to both come up here and say whatever, just so that people hear it? Yeah, totally your face. Sorry about all this having to come up, but it's just here otherwise. I'm sorry.
It was just obviously to thank Lynn and the staff for the work they've put into the AGM. I mean, I think it's ran really smoothly, but I also wanted to mention that at times when you have an AGM, it's times for reflection, and I just wanted to mention a couple of people, and people might be aware of other folk that we've lost recently, and I wanted to mention Richard Phelps from Glasgow CND, who was a really impressive campaigner. Nobody really didn't take a leaflet off Richard. He was so charming when he was out doing public work. And also Alan MacDonald, who's a ex-moderator of the Church of Scotland. And Alan was very solid and clear supporter of Scottish CND, and it's always sad to reflect that we lose these people, but I don't think we ever forget their contribution.
Thank you for that, Arthur. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just drilling down on a couple of other details. I mean, terrific reports, by the way. Just to mention the obvious thing, that the Peace on Earth idea as a way of signing up individuals would appeal to a number of religious groups, so that's a good way of reaching out to them as well. On the parliamentary stuff, Isabel already noted a number of MSPs who are standing down. Bill Kidd is, of course, the convener of the cross-party group against nuclear weapons. So we should perhaps particularly pay some attention to that, and the fact that, as with many cross-party groups, very few MSPs turn up, and it would strengthen it if we could try and find some individuals, including those who are taking leads within their parties, to go along to that. So that would be another thing to do. In terms of working with other organisations, a lot of very good stuff has already been said about that. But probably the essential thing is to try and work with those organisations to see how the issue that we're concerned about, nuclear weapons, is related to or indeed embedded in their own concerns, so that where we can do some joint things, it really makes sense. The nuclear power one is a particularly good idea. Partnering with Friends of the Earth Scotland would be a major thing to do there. But there are others who have concerns about nuclear power from other angles, including the enormous waste of resources, its economic impact, and so on. So choosing something that brings people together from different angles is a good way to pursue those kinds of things.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else? Right. Okay, well, I think it's just concluding remarks, and I don't want to make any profound concluding remarks. I think we've had a very good day. I thank you to all the people who've had the patience to stay online. I think that's great of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. But thanks also so much to the people in the room for your active contributions. And, you know, I'm glad we're here. So let's keep going. Never give up. Never give up.
Arthur, with Arthur. Yes. I'll come. Okay.
Do you have passport?
Don't know.